Alrighty, folks, Friday, the first day of November, and today is All Saints Day. It's a Christian holiday meant to honor all of the saints of the Christian church. Today has also been referred to as All Hallows Day, Day of All the Saints, Solemnity of Saints Day, and the Feast of All Saints. This holiday was created in order to downplay Halloween, which is seen by some as pagan holidays. There are thousands of holy men and women who are recognized as saints, and they pray for each and one of us every day according to the All Saints Day. On this day, we celebrate that. It's All Saints Day here on The Joe Show. It is also National Deep Fried Clams Day. A wise man once said, fried clams to New England are what barbecue is to the South. Growing up by the millions in Louisiana's Lake Pontchartrain, these little beauties are great in pasta, soup, or when fried, a po' boy, or all on their own fried deliciousness. On their own, clams are low in cholesterol and fat. However, obviously you fry them, they are not. It is National Deep Fried Clams Day. It's also All Saints Day on this Friday, November 1st edition of The Joe Show. Our phone number this morning to call in is 859-238-WHIR. We start you off, as we always do this morning, playing the national anthem. It's brought to you by Bob Allen Motor Mall and the Hometown Radio Network.
The Bob Allen Motor Mall and Hometown Radio Network proudly honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Bob Allen Motor Mall, Hometown Radio Network, teaming up every morning to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Our phone number this morning to call in is 859-238-WHIR, 238-9447. We do birthdays and anniversaries, not just today, but on Fridays, on Saturdays and Sundays. We celebrate those birthdays as well, since we don't have the show on Saturday and Sunday. So let's do a little birthday party celebrating on this Friday. Here's Johnny. All right, long list of birthdays, and we'll give it to you coming up right after this. All right, Friday, today, Irvin the Farmer, Mitchell Taylor, Angie Powers Crossfield, Tal Costello, Tony Butts, Andrew Leisure, and Jamison Gay. Tomorrow, Mark Dexter, Sharon Moberly, Barb Duffy, and Matt DeLuca. On Sunday, Steve Morris, Madison Wilson, Brian Bailey, Justin Coulter, and Chelsea Knudsen. 859-238-WHIR. I said we had a good list of birthdays this weekend. We have room for plenty more. If you want to call them in, we'll celebrate with you this weekend. 238 WHIR. It's a Friday, the first day of November, 110124. Got to get used to saying 11 now as we flip the calendar over to November. And the typical Friday morning show we have lined up for you this morning. First guest comes on here at 7:10. That, of course, is Boyle County Rebel head football coach Justin Haddix. Boyle County hosting Frederick Douglass tonight. And we'll have that game with a 7:30 kickoff on Z105 with the Big Daddy, Steve Bertram, and Radio Rick by his side, and Josh Bertram on the stats for Boyle County football. And what a big game it is for the Rebels, just RPI-wise, to be able to try to bump up in the RPI. They need at least to move up one more spot to ensure they have home games throughout the playoffs. You got to have at least the 2 seed in the RPI, and Boyle County has the 3 seed in the RPI right now. So they are hoping for a win, obviously, against a 6A school in Frederick Douglass, and then what would hopefully bump them up a little bit, and maybe you see one of the teams in front of them, Paducah, Tillman, or Franklin County, drop down one spot. More than likely, that would probably be Paducah, Tillman, because they're playing a 1A school tonight. So a lot to happen, but Boyle County's got to win the game first, and we'll talk about that with Coach Haddix at 7:10. 7:20, you talk Danville football with head coach Frank Parks, and we'll talk Admirals in Bardstown tonight as Danville travels to Bardstown for their final regular season game. 7:40, County Agents Corner, brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market. Tyler Miller joins this show from the Lincoln County Extension Office, and we'll see what Tyler's got going on this morning at 7:40. 8 o'clock in the morning hour this morning, 8:10, we've got Dusty on here for the Kentucky Music Preview number 2. And we'll see what's going on in Dusty's world today. That'll be at 8:10. And the 9 o'clock in the morning hour at 9:10, it's a DCA Friday as we talk with the DCA Warrior staff. They're on here every other Friday. That'll be at 9:10. And at 9:35 this morning, McClure Bailey joins the show. Either Patrick or Brian will update us in the world of law. Have any questions about that segment or any questions for an attorney or just, kind of basic questions, call those in, and we'll have some chit-chatting with McClure and Bailey on this Friday morning. That's the rundown of today's show, and we'd love to have you on. Again, our phone number this morning is 859-238-WHIR, 238-9447. We start you off taking a look at early morning sports. Thursday night football last night. The Jets topped the Texans, and lots of NBA scores as well happening last night. Good morning to you, Danville and Boyle County. The Jets topped the Texans. An NBA All-Star injured, and Bob Costas to retire from MLB play-by-play. Those are the headlines on this Friday morning. I'm Joe Mathis, guiding you through these Friday morning sports, starting off in the National Football League, where the New York Jets used a second-half surge to snap a 5-game losing streak and get a 21-13 win over the Texans last night. The Jets had just 79 yards of total offense in the first half, including 68 of those in a drive that seemed to end in a touchdown. But further review showed rookie wide receiver and WKU player Malachi Corley dropped the ball before crossing the goal line and it rolled out of the end zone, giving the ball back to Houston on a touchback. The Texans scored the lone touchdown in the first half with 3:21 left in the second quarter on a 3-yard run by running back Joe Mixon. After the break, it was all New York. The Jets scored touchdowns on 3 straight drives in the second half. Aaron Rodgers found Garrett Wilson for a 21-yard score to tie the game at 7. Houston responded with a field goal, but Rodgers found Wilson again on the ensuing drive. Wilson's incredible touchdown grab is an early candidate for catch of the year. Houston kicker Kai Fairbairn hit a field goal attempt off the upright, his second miss of the night on 4 attempts in the Texans' next drive. New York took advantage of that and built a 2-score lead in the next drive when Rodgers found his longtime teammate Devontae Adams for a 37-yard touchdown. Fairbairn made another field goal, a 29-yarder in the final minute, which brought the game to its final score of 21-13. In the NBA, Orlando Magic star Paolo Banchero will be sidelined indefinitely. The Magic announced that Banchero suffered a torn right oblique in the Magic's 102-99 loss to the Bulls on Wednesday. Banchero will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, but no timetable has been set for his return. Banchero's injury halts a historic start to his season. Through 5 games, the 21-year-old averaged 29 points, 8.8 boards, and 5.6 assists per game in 36.4 minutes of play. He scored 33 points and had 11 boards in the Magic's 116-97 season opening win over the Heat, joining Shaq and Tracy McGrady as the only players in Magic history to score 30-plus points and pull down 10-plus boards in a season opener. In announcing news, Bob Costas has called his last baseball game. Costas, who's 72, confirmed to The Athletic that he's retiring from Major League Baseball play-by-play broadcasting. He last called the ALDS between the Yankees and Royals on TBS earlier this month, where the Yankees advanced in 4 games. Costas' broadcasting performance drew some criticism on social media, with some lamenting his lack of enthusiasm and several muffed calls, but that reportedly had nothing to do with retirement. According to Costas, he made the decision to step back from play-by-play ahead of the season to coincide with the end of his TNT Sports contract. In high school football tonight, Danville's at Bardstown. Boyle County hosts Frederick Douglass. Mercer County's at Lincoln County. And Garrett County hosts Harrison County. That's what's going on in this Friday morning sports. I'm Joe Mathis for the Hometown Radio Network.
Big deals.
1, 2, 3. Oh, hi. Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses.
Shop and save with Big Deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years, stuck in the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. Not available in all states.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
It's brought to you by our friends at Altogether Recovery in Danville. They are Danville's first residential addiction center for men, offering life-saving, compassionate care for drug and alcohol addiction. Altogether Recovery Center in Danville, opening soon. Sunshine, a high today 64, low tonight 38. We start off cloudy through mid-morning, then we see sunshine later. But again, you see that temperature drop down into the upper 30s, so make sure you wrap up tonight going to the high school football games. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, mostly sunny and 76. Right now it's 6:24 in the morning. It's 54 degrees on this first day of the month of November. 110124, November the 1st on the Joe Show. 859-238-WHIR. We'd love to have you on the show this morning. 238-9447 as we take a look at celebrity birthdays today. 100% real, authentic, famous people having famous birthdays on this famous day. Let's do a little birthday party celebrating on the Joe Show this morning. Starting off on this date, 63 years ago, where American business executive Tim Cook was born, 63 years old today, best known as the CEO of Apple. Here's a clip of Tim Cook talking about what he thinks an iPhone would look like 20 years from now.
I think it'll be carbon neutral. I think, and obviously it will be way ahead of where it currently is, but I wouldn't want to give you all of our secrets in that regard. I'll just say from an environmental point of view, it'll be carbon neutral.
Tim Cook, 63 years old today. Baseball pitching great Fernando Valenzuela would have been 63 today. During his 17-year baseball career, he achieved his greatest success with the LA Dodgers from 1980 through 1990 and went on to pitch for 5 more major league teams. He's also been a Spanish-language color commentator since 2003. He became an American citizen in 2015. Fernando Valenzuela, 63 years old today, though he did pass away just last week or 2 weeks ago or so. Hey, where'd our birthday music go? Come on now. Let's see. The late author Crawford W. Long, I'm sorry, not author, I was looking at the wrong line. He's a doctor, was the first doctor to use ether as anesthesia in surgery, Crawford W. Long. And the late scientist Alfred Wegener would have had a birthday today. He came up with the theory of continental drift, the idea that the Earth's continents have drifted across the ocean over the years. It was that guy who came up with that. Alfred Wegener would have had a birthday today as well. Celebrity birthdays on this Friday, November the 1st. There we go.
day, country music.
All right then there, Mr. Voice. It was on this day, country music history, looking back at the year 1937. Columbia, South Carolina is the place. James William Anderson III is the person, better known by his middle name William, shortened to Bill Anderson. Mr. Teardrop, he has released more than 40 studio albums and has reached #1 on the country charts 7 times. It was on this day, country music history, in the year 1957, Houston, Texas, the place. Lyle Lovett is the person, born on this date, 1957. And it was on this date in 2004, Rascal Flatts released their version of the song Bless the Broken Road. And that's what's gone on this date, November 1st. In country music history. Starting off on this day back in 1937, where we celebrate Bill Anderson today.
I won't stay home and cry tonight like all the nights before.
This is a song, Bright Lights in Country Music. Bill Anderson, 87 years old today. 87 years old. Billboard magazine named 4 Bill Anderson compositions: City Lights, Once a Day, Still, and Mama Sang a Song among the top 20 country songs of the past 35 years. He was a really good songwriter, more than any other songwriter in the top 20 country songs. Bill Anderson, on this date, 1937. Happy 87th birthday today to Bill Anderson.
Was a past, and when everybody asked me what helped me forget so fast, I'll say bright lights and country music.
There you go. It was on this day, country music history, 1957. Houston, Texas is the place. Lyle Lovett was born on this date.
I'd go out on the ocean, and if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat.
Born on this date, 1957. He is 67 years old today. Lovett has won 4 Grammy Awards, including Best Male Country Vocal Performance and Best Country Album. It's Not Big, It's Large was released in 2007, where it debuted and peaked at #2 on the country album charts. Lyle Lovett, happy 67th birthday to him.
We go riding through them movies, and we buy a boat, and on the sea we sail. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean.
There you go. We don't have enough time for Rascal Flatts, but Lyle Lovett and Bill Anderson on this date in country music history. At 6:30 in the morning, K&N News is coming up next.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The jury in Brett Hankinson's federal trial will be back later today.
They were at it all day Thursday, a federal jury weighing a pair of civil rights violations from when then LMPD officer Brett Hankison fired blindly into Breonna Taylor's apartment in 2020. Those bullets also went into a neighboring unit, though no one was hit by them. The jury on Thursday did ask a question whether or not it was known if Taylor was still alive when Hankison fired into the building. Defense attorneys have argued that Taylor was already dead when he opened fire, so therefore there were no civil rights to violate. The jury, Hankison's first time in federal court, deliberated 3 days before a mistrial was declared. I'm Jack Crumley.
Kentucky State Police identifying the woman killed in a crash in Rockcastle County. Police say Sally Brosell of Berea lost control of her vehicle on I-75 Wednesday evening and swerved into the path of a semi. She died at the scene. The KSP says the cause of the crash remains under investigation. A man arrested for the murder of 2 men found in a house fire Wednesday has murdered before. Dustin Caudill being held for the murders of Blake France and Anthony Garrett in Elizabethtown. Caudill released from jail in 2020 after being convicted of murdering his 10-year-old brother, Nicholas, and his 33-year-old mother, Karen Caudill, in 1994. Dustin Caudill was 15 years old at the time. The now 45-year-old, charged with 2 counts murder, arson, and other charges, is being held on a $1 million bond. The annual CSX Santa train will be chugging through the Appalachia before Thanksgiving. Organizers say volunteers will deliver tons of toys and winter accessories. Donations clearly marked for the Santa train can be dropped off at Food City in Kingsport. There's a packing party in Kingsport Thursday, November 21st, and the Santa train will run Saturday, November 23rd. I'm Lee Mowen.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
This is how we do it at Withers Chrysler of Lawrenceburg. In 2024, they are making deals real. With their educated personal staff, they make shopping fun and buying easy.
Do you want a newer vehicle? Want a truck for under $25,000? Need your vehicle service? Needing a place that's going to treat you right? Well, Withers is the way. Check them out, Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
This is one place I will not pass on deals with wheels for the 2024.
Saturday night. Time to conquer old Rocky Top and squeeze out a little orange juice along the way. Tennessee Volunteers and your Kentucky Wildcats. Touchdown!
The pregame show starts this Saturday evening at 5:30 with kickoff at 7:45.
It's all right here on your home for the Cats and the hits is WRNZ FM C105.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office, while in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those three locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow, with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the indoor theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1, the yard sale from 10 until 3, at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate on the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis. The ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show is so back for its 13th year on the Hometown Radio Network, breaking down all the area high school football games from 6 o'clock until 7 Friday nights on WHIR and WHBN. Join us. We have a blast. We talk high school football. We even do the high school fantasy football draft. It's Central Kentucky's only pregame show. It's the ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show, Fridays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jack, appreciate that, buddy. Danville Auto Body Shop for top-of-the-line collision and auto body repair. Head to the mechanics at Danville Auto Body Shop, 315 Dillahay Street. Get a free estimate, and they work with their insurance company. They fix water leaks, window motor repairs, hail damage, and do paintless dent repair at Danville Auto Body Shop. All right, gradually clearing from clouds later on this morning. We start off cloudy, we get the clearing. 64 is the high today, 38 is the low. Tomorrow, sunshine and a high of 67. Sunday, mostly sunny and 76. Right now, it's 6:37 in the morning. It's 54 degrees here in Danville, the first day of the month of November. We did get the rain showers yesterday that we expected, and it happened right around trick-or-treat time. At least in the Danville area. And so I think the city of Danville maybe made a good call on pushing that back to tomorrow. And if you were able to get out and trick-or-treat in some of the other areas that had trick-or-treating, we know Perryville had theirs yesterday. The Boyle County areas outside of city limits also had their trick-or-treat last night. Hopefully you all were able to get that done and didn't get too wet or have to deal with too much of the rain showers that we saw yesterday. The next trick-or-treat event will be tomorrow. Danville and Junction City will both go tomorrow from 5 o'clock until 7. And then Lancaster goes tomorrow from 6 until 8 as well. But most of the trick-or-treat events did happen last night in the area sometime between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock or so. So hopefully if you did that, you got out and enjoyed that and stayed as dry as possible. Right now it's 6:38. Larry Vaught's got Vaught's Views for us today. What's up, Larry?
Vaught's Views on University of Kentucky Sports is on the air. Featuring 7-time Kentucky Sports Writer of the Year, Larry Vaught.
Mark Pope played at Washington when Mark Fox was an assistant coach there. And even after Pope transferred to Kentucky to play for Rick Pitino, the two stayed in touch. Pope started medical school after his NBA career ended, but called Fox, who had become the head coach at Georgia, and asked if he had a job. Fox thought he was joking, but said if he was serious about working at Georgia, there was a camp on Sunday. Fox was stunned when Pope showed up at the camp and was serious about leaving medical school to take an entry-level operations job at Georgia. Fast forward 15 years, and once Pope got the job at Kentucky, he added Fox and his 18 years of collegiate head coaching experience to his staff. Fox said he understood Pope's passion for coaching 15 years ago, and looking back, it was the right move for Pope to make, even if Fox had not really believed giving up medical school for coaching was a smart move at the time.
Vaught's Views will return in a moment.
Farmers and agricultural pros, Raider Auction Company is your destination for quality used farm equipment. Led by the trusted Delbert Raider for nearly 50 years, they offer 4 major yearly auctions, with the next one coming up December 20th. From tractors to combines and everything in between, Raider Auction offers a seamless, transparent buying and selling experience. Don't miss out on competitive prices and top-notch machinery. They buy and sell used farm equipment every day. Check out RaiderAuction.com to learn more.
Raider Auction Company, 1010 Skyline Drive, Hopkinsville.
UK associate coach Mark Fox jokes it feels really good to walk in Rupp Arena and being cheered by fans compared to what it was like when he brought Georgia to Rupp Arena to play. But he also noted how well the Kentucky fan base treated him even then, including UK fans sometimes buying him dinner at airports or other restaurants. Fox understands the passion UK fans have for their basketball team, and that Pope and his staff are just caretakers for the Commonwealth's team, will always respect that UK is the people's team and not their team.
Find more from Larry at YourSportsEdge.com.
Larry Vaught's Views, Mondays through Fridays, right here on The Joe Show at this time, Friday, the first day of November. Hey, there is a ice cream shop owner who apparently did not like the fact that President Biden threatened a comedian who mocked Puerto Rico, who made the Puerto Rico joke, which has been in the news this week, right? A comedian gets up at a Trump rally and says there's a floating pile of garbage in the ocean. It's called Puerto Rico. And so then, as politicians do, they try to hook onto this and make and vilify the other side. And it happens on both sides, right? It happens for this guy, this ice cream shop owner who's now vilifying President Biden for vilifying Donald Trump's side because Donald Trump's side vilified Puerto Rico. So President Biden, who is a noted ice cream fan, loves ice cream, goes to this ice cream shop, wants to get some ice cream, and the owner says, no, I'm not serving you because I guess you're too politically correct, or whatever the ice cream shop's owner's complaint was, because President Biden threatened this comedian. Well, check out this ad, because President Biden couldn't get his ice cream. He may open up his own ice cream shop called Biden Robbins.
Hiya, folks. It's President Biden, the president. And if you haven't heard the news yet, I was denied ice cream because of what I said about that comedian guy. Well, I'm taking matters in my own hands and start my own ice cream shop. Come on out to Biden Robbins, where I've got all the ice cream I could ever ask for. Hi there. Welcome to Biden Robbins.
Yeah, could I please have a cup of mint chocolate chip?
No way. That's for me.
Oh, okay. Well, then how cookies and cream?
That's for me, too. I'm in the mood for cookies and cream now because you mentioned cookies and cream, by golly.
Well, can I have...
Store's closed. Get out so I can eat all this ice cream.
Yikes.
Biden Robbins. It's my ice cream shop, man. See you soon. or not.
See, I don't see why a business owner would go to the lengths to not serve the president to make a point. Like, I wouldn't say I'm the biggest Joe Biden super fan either. But if you walked to the radio station right now, I wouldn't be like, hey, get out, because I don't agree with your politics. In fact, I would assume that I interview people every day whose politics that I don't necessarily agree with. But people are so much more than their politics and their political beliefs, right? That's just one small portion of them. And I feel like today, in today's society, we can't separate that. We can't separate the person from the political beliefs. If somebody believes something, then a majority of people with this mindset will think this person is a bad person because they believe that. So President Biden, man, you're welcome on the show anytime. Let's see what's going on in the world of good. A little good news action for you. Are you tired of the gloom and doom that saturates your daily news? Well, of course you are, and I'm right there with you. These stories right here remind us of the silver line in the cloud over all of our heads. It's my way of sharing the good news with you, and hopefully you'll go do the same for somebody else. Here's Floyd Kramer. A little good news action for you on this Friday morning, and here we go. Story number one coming from Berlin Township, Michigan, where a car accident there left 3 people injured, including 9-year-old Philip Clark, his dad, and his 3-year-old stepsister, Ayla. After the car hit a tree, Philip woke up to Ayla's cries and acted quickly to pull her from the burning car. Good Samaritans arrived soon after and helped the dad escape just before the car became completely engulfed in flames, and both Philip and his dad are now recovering at home. A 9-year-old boy in Michigan named Philip rescued his baby stepsister from the burning car after they crashed into a tree. His stepmom, Alexandria, says the thought her child was dead when she saw the crash, and no, it was her 9-year-old son who saved everybody's life.
Once I seen the car, the only thing that was running through my mind is my kid's dead. There's no way that my kid made it out.
Story number two coming from North Carolina, where Gabby Bannon and her husband volunteered to deliver pet supplies to North Carolina after Hurricane Helene and transported rescue dogs back to Pennsylvania to find homes for them. They bonded with a 3-year-old dog named Rusty, who became part of the family and later saved them all when he woke Gabby up to alert her to a fire in the kitchen. After verifying Rusty was in fact a stray, Gabby's family officially adopted Rusty. You got to. Come on now, he saved your life. And celebrated his heroism with a steak dinner. Oh, Rusty loved that. And story number 3 coming from England, where a mother in England took her deaf daughter, Ada, trick-or-treating and was delighted to find that neighbors had learned sign language to make Halloween more enjoyable for the girl. This was part of the Sign with Fingers campaign by Cadbury and the National Deaf Children's Society, aiming to create a more inclusive Halloween for deaf children. With stickers identifying participating homes, the campaign allowed Ada and other deaf children to experience a more accessible and joyful holiday. The good news, neighbors learned sign language to help a deaf girl trick-or-treat. A family rescues a dog from a hurricane, and the dog saves their lives 2 weeks later. And a Michigan 9-year-old saves a baby sister from a fiery crash. That's what's going on in this morning's World of Absolute Good, folks. All right, PRN's Garage Pass is coming up, and so is Silliness at Sunrise, the dad joke of the day, Ricky D's, and the Planet of the Apps, and the Country Comic Spotlight. It's all coming up next. Floyd Kramer, take us home, buddy. It's all yours.
Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know. Generations of serving our community, immunizations, prescriptions, and so much more. Helpful people, free local delivery, mobile app refills right to your door. Visit SuttonRx.com. Sutton Pharmacy, Friendly service from people you know.
In Lancaster on Maple Avenue.
When it comes to your money, there's a lot to think about. Paying bills, setting a family budget, and retirement. Farmers National Bank cares about your financial well-being and is here to help. Visit the bank's website at fnbky.com to check out their financial wellness section with short videos on budgeting, saving, paying off debt, and more. You can also stop into a branch or call to ask the bank's financial professionals for advice. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jackie and Nancy now. Brought to you by Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood tile, and carpet remnants. Shop and save all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. Cloudy skies through mid-morning, gradually clearing. A high of 64, low tonight 38. Tomorrow, sunshine, a high of 67. Sunday, mostly sunny and a high of 76. Right now, it is 6:47 in the morning. It is not time for that weather forecast. It's actually time for PRN's Garage Pass. Here it is.
There's pressure in big moments, and it's how do you handle it? It's tough.
Deciding the final two.
You just got to think that eventually this stuff just works itself out.
At Martinsville.
If you just bulldoze people out of the way, eventually they'll get mad and you're probably going to get it back.
Mark Garrow and PRN's Garage Pass.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We work hard to keep our cars looking great on the outside, but engine components need our attention too. That's where you can trust ZMAX Micro Lubricant to disperse carbon buildup in your engine, fuel system to keep your car or truck running at its peak. Find out more at ZMAX.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
With Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick already locked into the Championship 4, only 2 spots remain up for grabs going into the Xfinity 500 at Martinsville Speedway. In order for Ryan Blaney to have a chance to defend his Cup Series title next week in Phoenix, Sunday he's got to handle all the stress and win this race for the second year in a row.
There's pressure in big moments, and it's how do you handle it, right? How do you approach it and accept it and understand the pressure and just try to figure out how to kind of use it to your advantage where maybe people don't handle the pressure very well. So, yeah, it's just experience and time and stuff like that, and it's tough, but this is what we all do, and it's how do you handle it a little bit better than the next guy you're racing.
Blaney is 38 points below the cut line. Minus 18 is Denny Hamlin, who believes his luck has to get better.
I really truly believe in odds and big sample sizes, and was going so bad for so long there in the summer. You just got to think that eventually this stuff just works itself out in the end. Play enough hands of blackjack, you're only at a 2% deficit, but if you only play 20 hands, you could lose all of them. You know what I mean? So you got to just be patient and go through those swings at times.
Bad news for Blaney and Hamlin if they don't win Sunday. Since the inception of the elimination-style format in 2014, only one time has a driver below the cut line pointed his way into the Championship 4. Meanwhile, Booty Barker will remain with 2311 Racing, but at season's end will step down as Bubba Wallace's crew chief, taking over the job Charles Deneke, who's coming over from the Truck Series.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Since the introduction of the next-gen car in 2022, the average number of leaders in a Cup race at Martinsville is just over 6. And not that he really has to worry about it, but Tyler Reddick says when everyone is on new tires, it's tough to pass on the paperclip.
Really only one lane that's really, really fast. So we're all kind of just riding behind each other. Everyone's cooking their tires, and it just seems like it's gotten difficult to really make any headway through the field. Everyone's just so close on speed. if you just bulldoze people out of the way, eventually they'll get mad and you're probably going to get it back.
Mark Garrow and PRN's Garage Pass, presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is helping to drive veterans' lives forward through their Keys to Progress program.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Well, that's awfully nice of you there, Jackie boy. I think I've already done this forecast, but we'll do it again just to hear Jack's voice. Brought to you by the Little Sign Shop. Need a sign, a banner, or a decal fast? Of course you do. See the new owners and operators at the Little Sign Shop. They have full-color digital printing, magnetic signs, auto signage, and they offer logo design. They're in Danville, where 2nd and 4th Streets meet. Gradually clearing today. High of 64 for Football Friday. Low tonight, 38. So put some long sleeves on as you head out tonight. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67 for Trick or Treat Saturday for Danville and Junction City. Sunday, mostly sunny and 76. I went for a run yesterday, and at the end of my street, there are a couple of cars that were parked in a cul-de-sac at the end of my street, and there were a bunch of kids out, and they were in their Halloween costumes. And they were like throwing football and stuff, and I'm thinking, uh-oh. This family doesn't know that Trick or Treat has been postponed. And so I didn't say anything, right? Maybe they're just there for a Halloween party. So I'd finished my jog, and I came back home, and I told Rebecca, and I was like, hey, I think that there may be some kids trick-or-treating to the neighborhood because I saw some with Halloween costumes on. And then I looked over at the church parking lot next door, which is where everybody comes and parks when they trick-or-treat through our neighborhood, and one van pulled up and stopped for like 5 seconds, and I think realized there's no other cars in the parking lot. What's going on here? And they turned around and went home. And I didn't see the kids either that were in their Halloween costumes. So maybe they were just, it was a Halloween party. I don't know. But I think, as far as I know, that the word got out that City of Danville Trick or Treat was postponed. We'll have it tomorrow. So if you live in the city limits of Danville, get your candy ready. Make sure the porch lights work. And that'll be tomorrow from 5 until 7. And you can get done in time to watch the UK and Tennessee game if you want to put yourself through that pain. Right now it's 6:54 in the morning, 859-238 WHIR. 100% hilarious. So bad they're good. Morning, these may make you cringe. It's time for everyone's 6th favorite segment right here in the Joe Show. It's the Dad Joke of the Day.
Dad Joke of the Day.
The Dad Joke of the Day. Let's do it. All right, what do you get when you cross a piranha with a boomerang? What do you get when you cross a piranha with a boomerang? Well, you get something that's eventually going to come back to bite you. Well, the Dad Joke of the Day, Mondays through Fridays, right here on the Joe Show, WHIR Danville News Talk Sports. Brr.
Welcome to the planet of the apps.
All right, you may have downloaded this already, but it's upgraded. Yep, Bitmoji, Bitmoji, Bitmoji. One of the leaders in the field of custom emojis is Bitmoji. It's the app that lets you customize the look of your own personal emoji avatar. So there you go. There's your face. It's now upgraded. The new Bitmoji app, and I think you ought to get this, lets you extend your Bitmoji way beyond social media to gaming. Now you can bring your favorite avatar to the world of video games. That's right. Create your Bitmoji ad. You can be yourself wherever you go. So Bitmoji has been upgraded to gaming. Create an expressive cartoon avatar. Choose from a huge library of stickers, all featuring you. Bitmoji upgraded. Time to check it out. Thought I'd get it to you right now. It's Rick Dees. It's Bitmoji in today's incredible Planet of the Apps.
Yeah, the Bitmoji. The best jokes from late night television coming up here in just a second as well. But first, the Country Comic Spotlight, where we have Dan Mangini in the spotlight. Dan Mangini talking about his dad and his mom and how funny they are. Dan Mangini in the Country Comic Spotlight. Here he is.
Here's the deal. I do comedy because I have what they call an overactive brain, y'all. Don't make me smart, just causes a lot of fear in my life. Doctors have told me that from now on, when I travel, when I fly, take Xanax. Right, for those of you that don't know what that does, before, when I was on a plane flying through a storm, I would think, oh my gosh, we're all gonna die. But now, on a plane in a storm, I look around and go, whoo, glad I'm not on this plane. These people gonna crash. I'm just gonna get my taxes done. I gotta tell you, man, being on stage, dream come true. When I was little, I told my parents who were really, really funny. I said, Mom, Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a comedian or a model. So one day they gave me this huge mirror and said, son, look, start telling jokes. My parents are hilarious, y'all. I was raised in America, true story, but my father, check it out, Italian, his name Enzo. When I was 21, he goes, oh, you ever drink too much, don't drive, I pick you up. You ever drink too much, don't drive, I pick you up. That night, me and the boys were like, hey, Pops, we're hammered. He said, oh, yeah? Me too. Be there in 20 minutes. Italian. Now, my mama, check this out. My mom's from England, but she speaks fluent Italian. That'll blow your mind, because the voice don't match the face. The last time I saw something that weird is when I walked into a pet store. A parrot, a bird on a piece of wood, looked me right in the face and went, meow.
Dan Mangini in the Country Comic Spotlight. Rick Dees in the Planet of the Apps, the dad joke of the day. And real quickly, the best jokes from last night's late night shows. Jimmy Fallon joking about the New York City Halloween parade last night on NBC's Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon.
Tonight here in New York City, we have the annual Halloween parade. Yeah? That's right. Yankee fans heard about a parade and were like, must be nice.
Jimmy Fallon also joking about Donald Trump campaigning with a garbage truck.
First, he dressed up as a McDonald's worker, then a garbage man. He dances to YMCA. It's like he's trying to create his own version of the Village People. I think.
Jimmy Fallon selling us at sunrise along with Ben Mangini and Rick Dees in the Planet of the Apps and the dad joke of the day. Hey, Wendy's in Danville, the place to go when you're looking for the best deal on lunch and dinner. Just $5 is all you need for the $5 biggie bag. It is the best fast food deal because it lets you make your biggie bag uniquely yours. It gives you more choices than any other deal out there. You choose either a double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken sandwich, 4-piece nuggets, either regular or spicy, a junior fry, and you can customize your drink or swap it out for a Frosty. Like we said, it's customizable. Wendy's and the $5 biggie bag. Tell them you heard them on the Joe Show earlier this morning. The 7 o'clock top hour news is right now.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WiMAX.
It's 7 o'clock.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. Dueling presidential campaign events are taking place in Wisconsin today with a final countdown to Election Day underway. Vice President Kamala Harris will be in West Allis for a concert and rally. Well, just minutes away from that location, Republican candidate and former President Donald Trump is set to hold a rally at Fiserv Forum. Both candidates brought their messages to the Southwest yesterday. Trump spoke in New Mexico as well as swing states Arizona and Nevada. Trump criticized Harris's record on immigration during his event in New Mexico.
Do you know that in 4 years, almost 4 years, she never called Border Patrol once, and yet she was in charge of the border? That's not too good. That's not. She's a stiff.
Harris, meanwhile, appeared in Arizona and Nevada. She spoke before taking the stage and said former President Trump isn't right for the country.
He is someone who talks full-time about the enemy within. He speaks ill of America. He refers to us as a garbage can.
The Attorney General of Pennsylvania is responding to allegations of voter registration fraud in 2 counties. In a statement Thursday, Michelle Henry said attempts to submit fraudulent voter application forms in York and Lancaster counties were uncovered and defeated. She noted the fraudulent materials did not include any ballots. A 17-year-old suspect is in custody after a Halloween night mass shooting in downtown Orlando, Florida, killed 2 people and wounded 6 more. Rory O'Neill reports.
Surveillance video captures the scene. Just after 1 a.m., costumed revelers filling the streets of downtown Orlando, and a teenager opens fire.
So he knew what he was going to do, what he thought in his mind was going to do. It's unfortunate. Some people see somebody they don't like, somebody that, they have some sort of beef with, and they take whatever action they're going to take.
Orlando Police Chief Eric Smith says there was a second shooting scene a few blocks away involving that same teenager.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
A lawsuit over Elon Musk's $1 million giveaway for registered voters is on hold. Sally Patterson reports.
U.S. officials say he may be breaking electoral law by offering voters cash prizes to sign a petition. Earlier this month, the billionaire announced he'd randomly award $1 million to people in battleground states every day until November 5th. That's Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and North Carolina. But now the lawsuit against him's been put on hold while a federal court decides whether to take up the case. That means it's unlikely the case will be resolved before Tuesday's U.S. election.
November starts off with the release of the always highly anticipated monthly jobs report. Mark Mayfield with more.
It's expected that October's employment numbers will come in dramatically lower than the previous month, as this report will showcase the effects of 2 hurricanes and a number of labor strikes. Most economists are predicting anywhere from 110,000 to around 117,000 new jobs added. Compare that to September's report, which came in above expectations at 254,000.
Ford is set to idle its F-150 Lightning plant in Dearborn, Michigan from mid-November until January. Details from Tammy Trujillo.
It's due to slower than expected demand for electric vehicles. The production pause will impact about 800 workers. Ford's shift in EV strategy comes as the company reports continued losses in its EV segment and faces a challenging market, with CEO Jim Farley citing a global EV price war and an influx of new competitors. Ford is now focusing on cost control and adjusting battery production to maximize tax credit.
The first trailer for Squid Game 2 is out now. The second season of the record-breaking Netflix show takes place 3 years after the first. It comes out on December 26th. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Big deals. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hi, Jenny here. Just counting all the dollars I saved at my local Big Deals online store. What? You haven't saved yet? Get on it. You'll love the great selection of gift certificates at discount prices. They make great gifts, too. And you can shop right from your phone. Nothing satisfies like counting all those savings. Now let me get back to it. 6, 7, 8.
Go to hometownlive.net to shop and save at the Big Deals online store. You can also find links to download the free Big Deals Media app for your phone. Works on Apple and Android cells. Shop quickly and access all your mobile Big Deal certificates easily for redemption. You can also easily send a mobile certificate to someone else to use via email. Check it out and join the thousands that save with Big Deal certificates to local businesses. services.
Shop and save with big deals at hometownlive.net. That's hometownlive.net.
Good morning to you. It's Friday. It's the first day of November, 11/01/24 on your calendar. 53 degrees on this Friday morning. Overcast skies to start us off, and we do get sunshine and a clearing later on. Forecast comes your way. We're talking Boyle County football as well. News is coming up first, brought to you by Stuart Powell Ford.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore, General Manager at Stuart Powell Ford Mazda, and I'm excited to announce that once again we are teaming up with the Salvation Army to help provide meals to those in our area that are less fortunate. For every vehicle sold during the month of November, we will donate $50 to the Salvation Army. Please stop by and help us help those in our community that need it the most. Shop online at stuartpowell.com, or stop by 225 South Danville Bypass here in Danville.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office, while in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those three locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the Indoor Theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1, the yard sale from 10 until 3, at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate on the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis.
This morning's local news was a service of Stuart Powell Ford Mazda on the bypass in Danville and online at stuartpowell.com.
Going out of town or anywhere in the world? Stay in touch with WHIR on the internet at hometownlive.net. Powered by Kentucky WIMAX.
Graceland Air, your local HVAC company in Lancaster, offers a wide range of services for their customers. An effective and long-term solution in both heating and air conditioning repair. Why should I call Graceland Air? They're committed to excellence in every aspect. Exceptional quality of service, honesty, high standard of integrity, and they service all brands. They are your York certified comfort expert. Call them at 859-339-7070. Go online to graceland-ky.com. Graceland Air, Lancaster.
Hey, Boyle Countyans, it's time we talk about Boyle County's scenic beauty. So, for the love of our gorgeous county, don't let trash out of your car. Instead, give it the VIP treatment by letting it enjoy the car ride until you can dispose of it in style when you roll up to one of the Boyle County convenience centers and watch as those plastic water bottles, soda bottles, and energy drink bottles get a new lease of life through recycling.
Boyle County's our home, so let's keep it clean.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, old Jackie boy, it's brought to you by our friends hanging out over at O'Charlie's in Danville. VIP value-inspired plates at O'Charlie's featuring apps for $4.99, entrees at $9.99 and $12.99. You get O'Charlie's awesome warm buttery rolls. O'Charlie's in the Danville Manor Shopping Center, folks. You got to go. Gradually clearing this afternoon. High of 64, low tonight 38. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, sunny and a high of 76. Right now it's 7:11 in the morning. It's 52 degrees in Danville. Friday, the 1st day of November. And we're talking Rebel football with Rebel head coach Justin Haddix.
Folding a fitted sheet, programming the thermostat, matching your socks. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your home doesn't have to be one of them. So you can get back to more important things, like finding that missing sock. That's simple human sense.
Ask Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance Agency in Danville if auto owners make sense for you. Call me, Mark Dexter, or Chris Reitmeyer at 236-6686.
And we welcome onto the show Boyle County Rebel head football coach Justin Haddix. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Coach. Appreciate you being on this morning. It is game day, Football Friday, as the Rebels take on Frederick Douglass coming down from Lexington. Coach, how did your run-through yesterday at practice go for your Rebels?
We had a good one. They were focused. They understand what's on the line. We're excited. We're ready to play, anxious, ready to get going.
What does a run-through typically entail, and does it usually last as long as a regular practice, or is it shorter?
No, it's shorter. We're probably done. It's a little over an hour, and we're running people on. We're doing our installs. We're, making sure, finalizing game plans of, hey, this is what we're going to run in this situation. We're off the field, and it's some things that you usually don't work on, Tuesday, Wednesday. For that, you've got a 2-minute situation where you're trying to get in field goal range, and you've got to clock the ball to be able to get your field goal team out. And you're making sure everybody runs out where they're supposed to. Everybody's paying attention. Because somebody's role may just be they're only on the extra point field goal team, or somebody's role may be, hey, it's kickoff, hey, it's punt. That's your role on the team, and you got to be paying attention during the game because we don't want to waste a timeout over somebody not going out there because they're not focused and paying attention to the game.
Or maybe there are no timeouts left, and you've got one more play. You get it in the middle of the field for a field goal attempt. There's 15 seconds left, and making sure guys can sprint on the field in time maybe to kick that last-second field goal. They know their place without the benefit of having a timeout.
Well, we actually went over if we catch a deep ball or whatever we catch and they tackle us and we're in bounds, instead of giving the ball to the official right there beside you on the sideline, run it to the middle where the ball was and almost set it. And then that way it'll speed up the clock of, hey, us being able to set it instead of the officials throwing the ball all over the place and the clock possibly still running and doing that. So just those little things that maybe you don't think about in a game plan or that affects the game but could have a huge effect on the game.
Yeah, and honestly, you all haven't played many close games this year, but you never know at the end of a first half maybe when you might need something like that, points, or at the end of the second half when the game's tight as you make your way through the playoffs when just seconds make all the difference in trying to get points that could win a game.
Well, we had a little situation right there at Scott County where we did a great job of scoring late and being able to do that. Now there's some things obviously we needed to fix, and we got that cleaned up a little bit. But there was a couple times where we had to clock the ball. We ended up getting the ball late. We threw it deep, ended up scoring a touchdown, or somebody getting out of bounds doing that. So those are situations in a game that we've done. But it's always you got to have reminders. It's that's our job as coaches to make them aware of situations and get them going.
Coach, I know obviously goal number one is to win tonight and beat Frederick Douglass. Do you have your RPI calculator out tonight? If and when all the scores go final, try to figure out where you all may be, or do you just go to bed and wake up tomorrow and see what the RPI standings say on the website?
Well, I'm sure we'll be up late trying to figure out what it is. But the number one goal is to win tonight. That's a big controller of we feel like what will happen. In that for us to help control our destiny and possibly have home playoff all the way throughout and be 1 or 2 in the RPI, we definitely have to win tonight. So that's the main thing.
Yeah, and you can be 1 or 2. You have home games throughout the playoffs, either one of those in the RPI.
Yeah.
Coach, I don't know if you watched the Thursday night football game last night. Jets and Texans. Jets 21, Texans 13 was the final. Should have been 28-13. Jets player in the first half, Malachi Corley is his name, went to Western, went to our alma mater. Took an end around 20 yards for a touchdown and dropped the ball in celebration before he crossed the goal line. That is the second time I've seen that happen this week. The first time was the Falcons-Buccaneers on Sunday. Kyle Pitts dropped the ball before he crossed the goal line, but they didn't have a goal line camera angle, so they couldn't overturn it. This game they did. Have you ever had a player or seen a player in a game that you've coached in or played in where they've dropped the ball before they crossed the goal line and it was called a fumble? And what would the punishment be?
I have no idea what. Well, you won't get the ball very much after that. I'll tell you that if you did do it. And that was something we talked about. Mario, I think against Lincoln County, he was running down the field and kind of slowed up before he got in the end zone. And I said, well, the guy almost caught you about might strip you. So that's something I said. Bad to happen. If you'd have stripped that ball, you probably wouldn't have got it no more that night.
Yes.
So those are things. We talk about finishing through the end zone. Acting like you've been there before, it's not so much what you did. It's about the team. As far as that, score the touchdown, give the ball to the official, and celebrate with the people who helped get you there.
Yes.
And that's what we kind of talk about, because football, in my opinion, is the ultimate team game. I say it all the time. For one person to score, 10 other people have to do their job, and you want them all to have like an offensive line's mentality. Because an offensive lineman, every play is doing something for somebody else. They are not doing it because there's nothing that they can do. They don't, for us to score on every play or something, they have to snap and block. They have to do this and do that. And they're doing that for someone else to be successful. And, that's what we kind of talk about on our team a lot is do your job, do your role, and play to the best of your ability. And it takes everybody.
Bull County head coach Justin Haddox. Coach, yesterday was Halloween. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
I'm a Reese cup. Now I've been on a little payday here lately. I've tried to cut some of those sweets out, but I like the Reese cup.
Do you all still give the paydays for the kids? Y'all did that last year, right?
Yeah, no, we've not done the paydays this year. I don't think they'd last long in our coach's office.
Well, when you say you like to eat paydays, yeah, maybe not. You're seeing a payday sit there right in front of you. That's tempting. Tempting stuff. Coach, appreciate you being on. What's the keys to a victory tonight versus Frederick Douglass?
We got to limit the big play from them. Got to make them drive things out. We can't let them just throw it deep or break big runs. Special teams is going to be huge, field position. Then offensively taking care of the football and blocking on the edge. I think that's going to be a big deal. If they got good athletes and in the box and doing this, and if we get the ball on the edge, we got to block well out there.
There you go, Rebel head coach Justin Haddox. Coach, appreciate you being on, and good luck tonight against Frederick Douglass, and we'll talk to you again on Monday, and we'll see what those RPI standings shake out and look like after tonight. Coach, appreciate you being on.
Hey, thank you. Go Rebels.
Yes, sir. Rebel head coach Justin Haddox. Bull County, like you said, number one, you got to win, and number two, you see where the RPI lands. Your best chance, I would think, now this is me talking, and I've looked at a lot of RPI stuff over the last 4 or 5 years. I think the best chance for the Rebels, obviously win number one, but Paducah Tillman playing Russellville tonight. Russellville is a 1A school, right? So that's way down in class. And the KHSA, the way the RPI works is I think you get 2 games against teams that are lower class than you where it doesn't negatively affect your RPI. So I have to go back through Paducah Tillman's schedule and see how many lower class teams they play. But Bull County is certainly going to get a bump tonight if they beat Frederick Douglass. Now, is it enough of a bump to pass Paducah Tillman? If Paducah Tillman were to lose, probably so. If they were not to lose to Russellville, which I don't think they will, then I don't know. It's going to be really close. Franklin County plays George Rogers Clark tonight. Now, Boyle County is closer to Franklin County in the RPI than they are Paducah Tillman. Tillman's 1, Franklin County is 2, Boyle is 3. But Franklin County playing George Rogers Clark, that's also a 6A school. So it's going to be interesting to see if all 3 of those teams win, and I think they will, what it's going to look like in the RPI after it's said and done tonight. Again, you don't have to have the 1, you just have to have the 2, either the 1 or the 2, to get home field throughout the playoffs before the state championship game. It's 7:20 in the morning. Sports coming your way right now. Brought to you by Stewart Powell Ford Lincoln Mazda on the 127 bypass in Danville. And then head coach Frank Parks of the Admirals coming up next.
This Steve Bertram Sports Report is a service of Stewart Powell Ford Mazda on the Danville Bypass and online at stewartpowell.com.
Hi, this is Fred Sizemore, General Manager at Stewart Powell Ford Mazda, and I have exciting news for you. From now until the end of the year, current Ram truck owners can get up to $10,000 off a new Ford F-150. $10,000 off a new Ford F-150. This is the first time Ford has ever offered this type of discount. Please take advantage of it. We have over 150 new Fords in stock. Stop by and see us at 225 South Danville Bypass or shop online at www.stewartpowell.com. We make it easy.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. It's the end of the high school football regular season tonight on Hometown Radio, and we have 4 big games for you. Boyle County entertains Frederick Douglass on Z105. Mercer County travels to Lincoln County on WHBN FM. Danville visits Bardstown on WHIR FM. And Garrett County hosts Harrison County delayed on Z105. All 4 games kick off at 7:30. Start your evening with Joe Mathis on the high school football preview show from 6 to 7 on WHIR and WHBN. It all streams at hometownlive.net. In the girls' 12th Region Volleyball Championship game last night, Boyle County lost to host West Jessamine 3-0. 12th Region Coach of the Year Eric Neuer of Boyle led the Lady Rebels to a record of 30-10 this season. Kentucky fans hope to see the football Wildcats come up with a big upset at 7th-ranked Tennessee tomorrow. It's a tall order because the Vols are 17.5-point favorites. UK has fallen to 1-5 in SEC play, while UT is 3-1. The Cats have lost 3 straight since winning at Ole Miss in September. Our pregame shows begin at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Tip-off is at 7:45 Saturday night in Knoxville for Kentucky at Tennessee on Z105. And other college football Saturday afternoon, Center College is at Berry. Saturday night, Louisville's a 10.5-point underdog at number 11 Clemson, and Eastern Kentucky University visits Tarleton State. In the NFL last night, the New York Jets scored 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to beat the Houston Texans 21-13. Jets are now 3-6. The Texans fall to 6-3. NASCAR's running in Martinsville, Virginia this weekend. Join us for the Xfinity Series action tomorrow. Airtime's at 1 o'clock Sunday for Cup racing. Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick have qualified for the championship Ford Phoenix. 2 more drivers will be added after Sunday's race. It's all on WHIR FM 103.9. The girls and boys state high school soccer championships are set for tomorrow at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in Lexington. The girls' final at 4:30 features Lexington Catholic versus Sacred Heart. The boys' title game at 8 o'clock Saturday night has Henry Clay versus Louisville Collegiate. That's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
It's brought to you by our friends and out over at the Big Deals online store. Go to hometownlive.net. Shop and save on gift certificates to local businesses and big-time discounts up to 50% every single day, folks. The Big Deals online store, hometownlive.net. Cloudy through mid-morning and then clearing today. A high of 64. A low tonight, 38. 67 is the high tomorrow, and 76 is the high on Sunday. It's 7:25 in the morning right now. It's 53 degrees. We're talking Admiral football with Danville Admiral head football coach Frank Parks. It's brought to you by Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance, and here they are.
Configuring the Bluetooth, deciding who controls the music, remembering where you parked. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your vehicle doesn't have to be one of them, so you can get back to more important things, like remembering if you're on the 3rd or 4th level of the parking garage. That's simple human sense.
Ask Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance Agency in Danville if auto owners make sense for you. Call me, Mark Dexter, or Chris Reitmeyer at 236-6686.
There you go. Welcome on to the show, the head coach of the Danville Football Admirals, Frank Parks. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. How are you?
Doing good, Coach. Game day for your Admirals, traveling to a really good Bardstown team, super athletic team. We've talked about the speed they have, the athleticism that they boast. They've won 3 straight. They've scored a ton of points in those 3 games. Coach, how has the practice for your Admirals gone this week in preparation for the Bardstown Tigers?
Well, it's been a little bit up and down, to be honest with you, but we still have had some productive days when it comes to our practice, and we have put together a pretty solid game plan. We just have to go out and execute.
Yeah, there you go. Going to Bardstown, what should be, it's obviously not too long of a trip. It's not the Breathitt County distance that you had to travel last week, but going to Bardstown in a team where Danville and Bardstown has had some pretty good rivalries in the past over the last 25 or 30 years or so. And, Coach, what's the keys to a victory tonight for your Admirals in gaining some confidence before you head to the playoffs next week?
Well, defensively, we can't allow the explosive plays and special teams. We also cannot allow those big explosive plays. We got to make sure we're able to get off the field on third downs and get the stops in those moments. And offensively, we got to finish off drives. Last week, we did a good job of driving the ball with the quick passing game, but and we stalled out several different reasons. So we got to finish those drives and put some points up on the boards and hopefully hit some explosive plays ourselves.
Now, you mentioned you thought last week against Breathitt County that Nathan Doyle probably had the best game of the year for your Admirals. He threw the ball 44 times last week, Coach, the most out of any game this season for Nathan Doyle. How's he looked in practice this week?
He's looked very good. He's a worker. I got to give him credit. He'll stay after with Coach Bruton and continuously work, and that's why you see the improvements he has made in the strides he made, because he has put in a lot of work to try to expedite his learning curve. And I'm just proud of the way that young man has worked. It's been very easy for him to fold. And last week he came out and made some great throws and in the quick game. So, I'm just proud of his progress and the way he has worked.
It seems like, Coach, there's also been a concerted effort on you all's part to get the ball to Trendon Sellers as much as you can. 16 catches the last 2 weeks for about 150 yards. How big of a role does Trendon play in this offense tonight versus Bardstown, and trying to just get him the ball, maybe even on short, quick passes, and watch his athleticism and make him watch him see guys miss?
Well, I think, that week he had a set out. He kind of grew from that experience, and he has started to understand that it is important just try to move the chains. It's not always about the home run, and it's just make the simple plays. And I think the move out wide has kind of calmed his nerves down, didn't put as much pressure on him. So now he's starting to be who we thought he could be early in the year. He done settled in, and he's making some smart plays and some good plays. So he's starting to be who we thought he could be.
Danville head coach Frank Parks. Coach, Thursday night football last night. I'm starting to pull away a little bit. I got you again. Did you watch the game?
Yeah, I watched the first half. It was kind of a lackluster.
Well, it was boring. No, you're right.
Third quarter, yeah.
Yeah, it was boring. Jets won 21-13. I want to know what your thoughts are, Coach, on if you saw the play made by Malachi Corley, where he's about to score on a wide receiver end around. They hand it off to him on a little jet sweep. And, he's in the end zone, and in celebration, drops the ball before he crosses the goal line, and nobody in the field really realizes it happened, and the ball just gingerly rolls out of bounds. And they go back and watch the replay. They realize Malachi Corley did indeed drop the ball because the ball went out of bounds. It was a touchback, and the Texans got the ball at the 20-yard line. Coach, did you see that play, and what were your thoughts on that if you did?
Yeah, I've seen it, and my first thought was, as many times we have seen it, on the college level, like you would think that it wouldn't be an issue these days, but it continues to happen several times a year, and you just think, getting that opportunity to score, you at least make sure you halfway in the end zone before you consider letting go of that ball so it's not even close.
Yeah.
That was my thoughts of it.
Yeah, well, the Falcons and Buccaneers played a game Sunday. Kyle Pitts going into the end zone, slowed down a little bit, and the Buccaneers player caught up to him and knocked the ball out of his hands. Now, there was no pylon cam in that game, so they didn't have inconclusive evidence to overturn the touchdown, but you could kind of tell that he hadn't crossed the goal line, right? And so, like, if that happens in a game where you're coaching, what would you say to that player that happened to? How do you, I mean, obviously the player's upset, and you're upset too because it cost your team points. How would you handle that as a coach?
Well, first thing I would talk about, those are the little things that, keep you from having success. The attention to detail is so huge in the game of football. And, I think sometimes we don't think of it as way, especially as players. You get caught up in the moment with the emotions, but the play ain't over till it's over. So you always got to be giving that maximum effort until, you cross that goal line.
Yeah, do you give that player, or would you give that player a chance to make up for that mistake later on?
Well, we always talk about the next play. So, they probably will get a good talking to, but, you got to move on and play the next play because, everyone out there is going to make some type of mistake. Some are bigger than others, but
yeah,
you got to continue to move on and play the next play, and hopefully everyone learns from it.
Yeah, when they interviewed Coach Olbrich, who's the interim coach for the Jets, coming out of the halftime locker room, he had said, I think Malachi's going to make up for that play. We have belief in him, and I think he's going to make up for that mistake. And that kind of seems like what you would say, too. Like, hey, it was a mistake, but we think you can make up for it, too.
Oh, yes, because, no one feels worse in that situation than the player who made that mistake. So those are situations where, you got to do some uplifting and make sure, they ready to go play the next play because as a competitor, that they going to feel like they let their team down. So they going to feel bad. So that's one that, you try to lift up the spirits and not necessarily kill their confidence and let them know there's more plays to be made.
Danville head coach Frank Barnes. Coach, appreciate your time. Good luck. Safe travels to Bardstown tonight, and we'll talk to you again on Monday morning, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, Coach. You too. Bye. That's Danville head coach Frank Parks. Admirals and the Bardstown Tigers tonight, 7:30 kickoff. Our pregame coverage starts right around 7 o'clock. We'll have the Boyle County Frederick Douglass game with the Big Daddy, Steve Bertram, on Z105. And Liam has the play-by-play call tonight of Danville and Bardstown on WHIR News Talk Sports right here on 103.9 FM. It is 7:33 in the morning, and Tyler Miller is coming on here next with the County Agents Corner. Don't go anywhere. 52 degrees on this Friday, November 1st.
Did you know that WHIR AM 1230 is the talk of the town? We're not spreading gossip. We're just letting you know where the best talk radio is found all day, every day. Mornings begin with Danville's own Joe Mathis and The Joe Show.
Hey, this is Joe Mathis.
Wake up to what you missed. News, weather, sports, and local guests. Followed by Kentucky Sports Radio with Matt Jones.
Welcome, everyone. Kentucky Sports Radio. I'm Matt Jones.
Then, the man who has an opinion about everything, Tomas Mauricio.
I'm Tomas Mauricio. I invite you to tune in.
Starting at noon with Advocates for America. Then at 3, it's the best-known name in news, Sean Hannity.
Join me, Sean Hannity, on WHIR.
Then, Joe Pag starts off weekday evenings at 6 with his take on the day's news, mixed with his fun parody songs about the news.
Hey, it's Joe Pag on WHIR.
Afterwards, at 10, it's the unique world of John B. Wells on WHIR with his Caravan to Midnight show.
This is John B. Wells, WHIR AM 1230 and FM 103.9.
These guys have a lot to say, and they'll be glad to have you join them every weekday on your home for news, talk, sports. AM 1230, WHIR, the talk of the town.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
Hey folks, Chrysler Cowboy here. When I started my journey in the automotive industry, learned 3 valuable lessons. 1, have a good product. 2, treat people with respect. And 3, make sure it's a fair deal for everybody. I'm proud to call Anderson County my home, and at Chrysler Lawrenceburg, we want to give you that down-home experience. We offer certified pre-owned vehicles that come with a lifetime engine warranty, free tire rotation with every oil change, and customer service that rivals the best anywhere around. Chrysler Cowboy. If you can't remember that, just look for the hat. It's where you need to be, folks. Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
Mike Gay here. At Essity, we're committed to making the world a healthier, more hygienic place, starting right here in Harrodsburg and Danville. We're hiring machine operators where you'll work with cutting-edge technology to produce essential products like hand towels and tissue paper. Our wages start at $20 per hour with benefits on day one and opportunity for growth. If you're a high school grad ready to make an impact, visit ESSITY.com/careers. That's Essity.com/careers.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office, while in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those 3 locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the Indoor Theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1. The yard sale from 10 until 3. At the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate of the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
Hey there, Jack. It's brought to you by Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance, your local independent insurance agency. They proudly represent the Auto Owners Insurance Company. Call Mark or Chris. They'll give you a free quote, 859-236-6686. Ask if auto owners make sense for you. Gradually clearing this afternoon. High today of 64. We start off cloudy and get sunshine later. Low tonight of 38. Sunshine and 67 tomorrow for Danville trick-or-treat night. And on Sunday, mostly sunny. High of 76. Monday, 77's the high and up near 80 again on Tuesday. Right now it's 7:39 in the morning. 52 degrees on this Friday, the first day of November. And we welcome onto the show Tyler Miller from the Lincoln County Extension Office. Good morning, Tyler. How are you?
Hey, Joe, you can't forget that time change coming on this week.
Yes, fall back on Saturday night into Sunday. So this will be, this time on next week, Tyler, this time early Monday, this will be 6:40 in the morning right now when we're talking. I mean, we won't talk at 6:40, but this time right now will be 6:40.
That's right. And I don't know, Joe, everybody's got their opinion, but I just not a big fan of fallback time.
There's one day of the year where I'm a fan of fallback time, and that's the day we actually fall back because you get an extra hour to do whatever you want to do. However, after that, I am not a fan of fallback time. It gets dark too early. You know, like you look at the projected times of sunset, it's like 5:30 in the afternoon now, Tyler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't like it. But Tyler's on here to give us this morning's County Agents Corner. It's brought to you by Bluegrass South Livestock Market.
Get the top price for your livestock. Take them to the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, where they have drop-off hours to fit the busy farmer's needs. Selling your livestock a profitable and a pleasant experience. Save the hassle of a long haul. Sell your livestock at the Bluegrass South Livestock Market, 277 Courtier Road in Stanford. Call Bluegrass South Livestock Market at 606-365-0665. Bluegrass South Livestock Market in Stanford.
Here's Tyler Miller.
Well, we are in deer season here in Kentucky, and we're going to have several more weeks of hunting. And there is a program called Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry. And this program is a charitable, volunteer-run organization that is made up of responsible hunters and conservationists who encourage hunters to harvest and donate their deer each season. And this statewide program is a hunger relief program that's dedicated to providing a healthy source of protein to those needy Kentuckians with a mission to alleviate the hunger and malnutrition in Kentucky, processing and distributing donated venison to those in need. All right. It also provides an outlet for the hunters to help their communities and promote environmental stewardship through wildlife management. There was an estimated 684,000 people that live in poverty throughout our state, and 1 in every 4 Kentucky children lives in poverty. So you can take your deer that you harvest, and through this program, you need to you can donate that meat and help feed some of your neighbors in need. So a pretty good program set up here. If you harvest a deer and the temperature is above 40 degrees, you need to put 2 large ice bags in the deer, 1 in the chest cavity and 1 between each hindquarters. Okay, and that'll help make sure the meat will not spoil before you get it donated. You need to contact this program, the Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry. They've got the deer processors that are located throughout the state, and if you need to reach out to one of those guys, they are a lot of those are privately and independently owned, and so if you want to be able to, if you're not a hunter but you want to help with this, when you you can donate $2 when renewing your vehicle registration. So there's that opportunity as well. And that is your Friday's edition of the County Agents Corner. God bless you.
There you go. Tyler Miller, Lincoln County Extension Office in this morning's County Agents Corner. Now, Tyler, before you go, I've got some random facts that you may not know, but I want you to know, so I'm going to let you know. Tyler, are you ready?
Am.
All right, here we go, Tyler. Fact number 1. We have so much political distaste for each other now, it's hard to imagine this. But just 40 years ago, Tyler, in 1984, the United States had the second largest landslide in a presidential election, behind only FDR in 1936. It was Ronald Reagan who was reelected for a second term with 525 electoral votes. See, that was before people cared more about the country than they did their own party. And now we have vice versa, where it doesn't matter. People are going to vote for their party. That's why it seems so hard to imagine that one candidate could get so many electoral votes now.
All right.
Because people just, quite frankly, they can't stand each other if they're on the other side of the political aisle, which is, quite frankly, I think ridiculous. But that's the world that we live in now. So Ronald Reagan carried every state, Tyler, except one, Minnesota, and their 10 electoral votes, and Washington, D.C., with their 3 electoral votes. Minnesota was the home state of his opponent, Walter Mondale. This was the last time, and probably will be the last time, that any candidate ever won the popular vote by double digits. Reagan had 58.8% of the vote. Mondale had 40.6% of the vote. And it's even more shocking to me, and I know that California was Reagan's home state, but that a Republican could even carry California or New York for that matter. And he won them both. So there you go.
That's pretty. There you go.
Fact number 2, there are 11 teams in the NCAA's Ohio Valley Conference, the OVC. But none of them are from Ohio. They're from Arkansas, Illinois, Missouri, Kentucky. Morehead State is in the OVC. Indiana and Tennessee. But no teams from Ohio in the Ohio Valley Conference. Interesting. Number 3, after Janet Leigh watched herself in the famous shower scene in Psycho, she was the one who got stabbed in Psycho in that scene, she never took another shower the rest of her life. She only took baths from then on out. She was so scared of her own scene that she was in. Well, she knew it was fake. She was in the scene, and she still was scared, Tyler.
That's odd. Okay.
Number 4, astronauts in space cannot do laundry. So dirty clothes from the International Space Station get sent out into space to burn up in Earth's atmosphere. They're space trash. They're littering in outer space. They're throwing their clothes out.
They sure are. How about that?
And number 5, Tyler, speaking of space, NASA offices, they have an office and a lab building in New York City. It's right above Tom's Restaurant. If you watch Seinfeld, you would recognize that as the diner from Seinfeld, Tom's Restaurant, and NASA has a lab building above Tom's Restaurant in New York City.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
Yeah, there you go. Tyler Miller, Lincoln County Extension Office. Tyler, appreciate you being on this morning. We'll talk to you again in maybe a little bit later on this month, maybe the last week of November, so we may talk again, okay?
Yep. All righty.
All right, Tyler. Bye. That's Tyler Miller, Lincoln County Extension Office, and this morning's County Agents Corner. 7:47 in the morning, we've got the world of weird. The showbiz segment, celebrity news. Coming up next.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
Lawson's Tractor 2, your local Kubota equipment dealer, wants to help you deliver a job done right. That's why they want you to know that the new Kubota inventory is arriving daily. You have work to do. They have the reliability and durability and versatile lineup to help you do it all. Visit Lawson's Tractor 2 today for all your equipment needs. Lawson's Tractor 2, 4 miles south of Danville on Highway 127, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and Saturday, 8 to noon. Lawson's Tractor 2.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
Together, let's drive at Bob Allen Chevrolet. Lease the all-new 24 Chevy Traverse for only $439 per month for 36 months. $3,900 plus first payment, taxes, and fees due at signing. 10,000 lease miles per year. Stock M24824. Bob Allen Chevrolet, located on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at BobAllenMotorMall.com.
Hey, it's me again. That's right, I'm Jerry Farmer, and I'm still cutting up. Still Cutting Up is a place to go when you need a fresh cut or a mini afro. Perms, colors, nails too, braids, highlights, uneven updo. I know you done heard of us, so get with it. I know you need your hair did. Here's our digit, 238-7899. Bob your head while I line. 24/7, we won't be beat. 365 on South 4th Street. See ya.
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. It's the end of the high school football regular season tonight on Hometown Radio, and we have 4 big games for you. Boyle County entertains Frederick Douglass on Z105. Mercer County travels to Lincoln County on WHBN FM. Danville visits Bardstown on WHIR FM. And Garrett County hosts Harrison County delayed on Z105. All 4 games kick off at 7:30. Start your evening with Joe Mathis on the high school football preview show from 6 to 7 on WHIR and WHBN. It all streams at hometownlive.net. In the girls' 12th Region Volleyball Championship game last night, Boyle County lost to host West Jessamine 3-0. 12th Region Coach of the Year Eric Neuer of Boyle led the Lady Rebels to a record of 30-10 this season. Kentucky fans hope to see the football Wildcats come up with a big upset at 7th-ranked Tennessee tomorrow. It's a tall order because the Vols are 17.5-point favorites. UK has fallen to 1-5 in SEC play, while UT is 3-1. Cats have lost 3 straight since winning at Ole Miss in September. Our pregame shows begin at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Tip-off is at 7:45 Saturday night in Knoxville for Kentucky at Tennessee on Z105. In other college football Saturday afternoon, Center College is at Berry. Saturday night, Louisville's a 10.5-point underdog at number 11 Clemson, and Eastern Kentucky University visits Tarleton State. In the NFL last night, the New York Jets scored 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to beat the Houston Texans 21-13. Jets are now 3-6. Texans fall to 6-3. NASCAR is running in Martinsville, Virginia this weekend. Join us for the Xfinity Series action tomorrow. Air times at 1 o'clock Sunday for Cup racing. Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick have qualified for the championship Ford Phoenix. 2 more drivers will be added after Sunday's race. It's all on WHIR FM 103.9. The girls and boys state high school soccer championships are set for tomorrow at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in Lexington. The girls' final at 4:30 features Lexington Catholic versus Sacred Heart. The boys' title game at 8 o'clock Saturday night has Henry Clay versus Louisville Collegiate. That's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
AmericanMusicConcepts.com. If you own a business, here's something you need to know. 85% of the Fortune 500 companies already do this. They use customized music in their advertising because advertising educates people about a business, and music dramatically enhances learning. Think about it. How did you learn the alphabet? You sang it, right? We are American Music Concepts, and we create national quality musical jingles for local businesses all across America. We're coming to your town through a special arrangement with this radio station.
Take your marketing to the next level. Call now for your business at 859-236-2711. 859-236-2711.
American Music Concepts. We'll create a program that will have people singing your song.
AmericanMusicConcepts.com.
Almost every small Kentucky town has a go-to restaurant. In Central Kentucky, it's the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. If you like a good buffet, you'll love the huge down-home cooking featuring 3 fully stocked buffet tables, or you can order off their extensive menu. You'll find something delicious for every person in the family at the Bread of Life Cafe. Visit the gift and sweet shop at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on Highway 127. Open till 8, Monday through Thursday, 9 Friday and Saturday. Feed your tummy and your soul with a stop at the Bread of Life Cafe and Buffet, 5 miles south of Liberty.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, I appreciate that, old Jackie boy. It's brought to you by our friends over at Altogether Recovery in Danville. They are Danville's first residential addiction treatment center for men, offering life-saving compassionate care for drug and alcohol addiction. It's Altogether Recovery. They're in Danville, and they're opening soon. Check them out. You get sunshine, a high today 64, low tonight 38 after we get through the early morning clouds. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, sunny and 76. It's 7:55 in the morning right now. It is 53 degrees in Danville as we book a flight and fly into LAX to see what's going on out west where the celebrities live in Hollywood. The showbiz segment. Those people so rich and famous they are disassociated with reality. It is the celebrity news. Our rule of thumb of the Joe Show: if a celebrity does it, says it, or endorses a political candidate, you should do the same, vote the opposite. Here we go. Starting out with J-Lo. Jennifer Lopez was at a screening for a Q&A for her upcoming new movie Unstoppable on Saturday night. On her way out, she was signing autographs for fans, but it all came to an immediate end when someone asked if she had any comments about Diddy. Her face immediately fell, and she walked away with her bodyguards. Now, J-Lo's previously said that her 2-year relationship with Diddy was, quote, emotionally exhausting and, quote, tempestuous. I don't know what that means. They dated between 1999 and 2001. Unstoppable hits Prime Video on January 16th. Sydney Sweeney was paid $2 million for the romantic comedy Anyone But You, which went on to make $220 million on a budget of $25 million. And now Sydney's making the big bucks. In October, she joined the cast of a thriller called The Housemaid for $7.5 million. That makes her one of the highest paid actresses of our generation. Right up there with Zendaya, who made $10 million for starring in and producing the tennis drama called Challengers. Sydney earned an estimated $250,000 for executive producing Anyone But You, and one source claims that she even agreed to take a part in the box office flop Madam Web in order to help Anyone But You get made. So she's making the big bucks now. And Barack Obama's 26-year-old daughter, Malia, is an aspiring filmmaker, but she's not using her last name in her professional life. She goes by Malia Ann. So how does Barack Obama feel about that? Well, Barack says, quote, and was all like, you do know they'll know who you are, right? And she's all like, you know what? I want them to watch it that first time and not in any way have that association. So I think our daughters go out of their way to try not to leverage that. He added that Malia and her sister, 23-year-old Sasha, are both very stubborn about receiving help from their parents, and the attention they get in the media, quote, drives them nuts. Barack Obama's daughter is not going by Malia Obama. She's going by Malia Ann as she tries to start her film-making career. Sydney Sweeney is making a lot of money. And J-Lo signing autographs for fans and then stopped when she was asked about Diddy. That's what's going on in the world of celebrities. All right, Melton's Deli in Danville, the place to go for a sandwich for lunch this afternoon. We're going to go with the Miles Bell special on this Friday. It's the #1 Big Daddy Club, $7.99 for the Big Daddy Club, piled high with deli baked ham, smoked turkey, crisp bacon, Swiss and American cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise on your choice of white, wheat, or rye bread. It's the Big Daddy Club, $7.99 only at Melton's Deli in Danville. 247 East Main is Melton's Deli #1, and 995 Ben Ali Drive is Melton's Deli #2, and they have some great specialty sandwiches and your basic sandwiches as well, things like turkey, ham, bologna. So whatever you're feeling at Melton's Deli, they can give it to you. It is 7:59, 30 seconds away from Top Hour News, and Dusty's on here next.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Ask Dexter and Reitmeyer Insurance Agency in Danville if auto owners make sense for you. Call me, Mark Dexter, or Chris Reitmeyer.
This is the talk of the town, AM 1230, and now on FM 103.9, WHIR Danville, powered by Kentucky WiMAX.
NBC
It's
News
8
Radio.
o'clock.
I'm Michael Kastner. One day after both Vice President Harris and former President Trump were in Arizona and Nevada, they're both scheduled to be at locations in Milwaukee that are barely 10 minutes apart. Harris will be in Milwaukee suburb of West Allis for a concert and rally, while Trump is set to hold a rally at Fiserv Forum, which was the site of this year's Republican National Convention. Former President Trump says fellow Republican Liz Cheney wouldn't be such a war hawk if, in his words, she had guns pointed at her.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
The presidential candidate spoke Thursday at an event in Arizona alongside Tucker Carlson and attacked Cheney, who has been a vocal Trump critic ever since the Capitol riot. He also went after his Democratic opponent Kamala Harris. He called her, his words, a sleazebag. Boeing hopes a machinists union will approve a contract offer that would end a near 2-month strike. The latest offer includes a wage increase. It appears to be in line with what the union's asking for, but does not bring back the pension plan they wanted. The vote on the new contract is set for Monday. Opening statements are expected to begin today in Manhattan in a Marine veterans subway chokehold trial. Jacqueline Carl reports.
Daniel Penny has argued he put Jordan Neely in a chokehold to subdue him, claiming Neely was dangerously harassing subway riders. Penny's lawyer argues the same.
The evidence is overwhelmingly likely that's exactly what he would have carried out had Mr. Penny not come to the aid of his fellow passengers.
The judge ruled Thursday that the jury would be allowed to see evidence that shows Neely was unarmed.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
In California, as many as 18 Santa Margarita Catholic high school football players are under investigation for alleged sexual assault. Attorney Brian Williams represents one of at least 9 players who say they were sexually assaulted by teammates.
He's been deeply impacted by this, and that's what makes this so tragic and heartbreaking.
A student who is suing the school and the Diocese of Orange says 15 to 18 older players sexually assaulted him in September. At least 8 other players say they were assaulted by their teammates in a similar manner. But the school's president says the Orange County Sheriff's Department conducted an investigation and found no evidence of sexual assault. Forbes is out with its list of the highest paid dead celebrities of 2024. The new list shows how much money celebrities are making this year, even though they've passed on.
You would do anything for money. Anything, anything, anything for money.
Michael Jackson tops the list after making $600 million this year from the Michael Jackson musical that's been touring all over the world. Freddie Mercury comes in at number 2, having made $250 million this year. Number 3 is Dr. Seuss, who made $75 million in 2024. Rounding out the top 5 are Elvis Presley, who made another $50 million this year, and Rick Ocasek, songwriter for The Cars, who made $45 million. It's a new month, and Bree Tennis tells us what you should be reaching for.
Today we celebrate the inner bark of a tree as it's National Cinnamon Day, the cozy spice that's in your pies, your cookies, sprinkled over your oatmeal, and it should be in your coffee because it's healthy. The American Medical Association says cinnamon adds flavor without sugar. It's full of antioxidants, and just the smell of it boosts brain activity. So reach for that spice that tastes great, reduces heart disease, curbs your appetite, and makes everything yummy.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Authentic Mexican grocery store, cakes, fresh produce, piñatas, boots, belts, and more. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. Family owned and operated, offering the best Mexican products created. La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. And to make your tummy smile, Taco Yumas, their on-site food truck that's also available for catering and events. So where do you go for authentic Mexican product? La Michoacana Mexican grocery store. In Danville on Houstonville Road.
If something seems too good to be true, it likely is. Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. Scam artists use tricks like prize offerings or special deals. If you aren't sure, do research online or give us a call for help.
Good morning to you folks. It's Friday. It's November the 1st. It's a cloudy morning, and it's going to be a sunny afternoon. Forecast comes your way, and Dusty does as well, but news is on here first.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update.
Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office, while in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those three locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the indoor theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1, the yard sale from 10 until 3, at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate on the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Just ask to play our call letters. WHIR.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jack, it is brought to you by Danville Auto Body Shop. For top-of-the-line collision auto body repair, head to the mechanics at Danville Auto Body Shop, 315 Delahaye Street. Call ahead for an appointment, $22.99 for Danville Auto Body Shop. Cloudy skies through mid-morning and will clear this afternoon. A high today of 64, a low tonight of 38. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, sunshine and 76. Right now, it's 8:09 in the morning. It is 52 degrees in Danville, and we have on the show Dusty Wesley with the Kentucky Music Preview. Good morning, Dusty. How are you?
Good morning, Joe. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Doing great, Dusty. Doing great. Appreciate you being on here this morning.
Yeah, we got I'm in my, you can tell my designer jeans. I know that some people.
Yeah, you have a pocket hanging out one of your holes.
Yeah, there's it's a big rip in there, but we're doing a bunch of I guess fall cleaning. I don't know, like just tidying up. We got to rip a bunch of bushes out, and since we're a small business. Like
that's the business owners are the ones that
exactly.
do that. Yeah.
It's like
the employees.
Yeah.
You don't hire a company to do that. You all do that yourself.
But I am excited because I think we're so next door where our shop is next to a place called Incon where you can rent like a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're decent neighbors. Sometimes we fuss because it's not their fault. I think it's more their customers, but. Because we have a shared space that we have to like share a driveway, and then like the customers don't realize that we're also a business.
Yeah.
And so, but we're hopefully going to rent like an excavator, like a little tiny excavator that I'm going to get to use today. So I'm like,
that's what you're excited about.
Yeah, I am.
Dusty's got a grin on his face here.
I am. So I get to play with big boy toys, right?
Awesome.
So that's what I'm kind of excited about. But so I've had a weird week, or I've had a lot of windshield time, so I've got to listen to a lot of podcasts.
Okay.
And I listened to a lot of podcasts since the election is coming up.
Yeah.
About the Electoral College.
Yes, the Electoral College.
Yeah. And so this is an interesting stat. How much of the popular vote? What is the least amount of popular vote it would take for
someone to win the Electoral College?
For someone to win the Electoral College.
Well, I think I saw something the other day that said, theoretically speaking, you could win 3 cities in the country and lose everywhere else and still win if there was if it was just unpopular vote, not Electoral College.
Right.
That'd be L.A., New York City, and like Chicago or something like that.
Well, it was more as if like if I think the way they broke it down is if like each state you had like the 50% plus that one person,
okay,
right, to win the whole state. Like the Electoral College, like votes or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like how little of the popular vote could you win, theoretically, and still win the candidacy of the presidency?
With the Electoral College.
Yes, with the Electoral College that we currently have.
But if you're winning each state, you're winning the popular vote, right?
No.
In that state.
I mean, well, but sorta. But it's like you're only winning the popular vote by a very little. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You just what's the number of Electoral College? It's 538, I think, is the total number of Electoral College votes, right? So you have to have at least half of that.
I think so, yeah.
So what is half of 538?
But what is the percentage amount of popular vote it takes to win?
So you have 269 Electoral College votes to Electoral Colleges, college votes, Electoral College, the number.
Yeah, I think they're votes.
269. But what's the? I have no idea. 35%.
23%.
23%. So someone could theoretically be president
and only have 23% of the popular vote, and have
77% of people vote against that person, and they'd still be president because of the Electoral College.
Exactly.
I've heard you say this. You're a big fan of ranked choice voting.
Ranked choice, yes. Ranked choice is
right.
Great.
So you have like a certain number of candidates, and you rank them.
Right.
So like if you like Trump first, he'd be 1, and then Kamala would be 2, and then Dusty would be 3, or whoever else is on the ballot, and then they get the number of points based on where you put them in their ranked choice, right?
Well, no, not number of points. So what happens in a ranked choice vote? So Ireland. So the podcast I listened to broke down the different types of democracies that are around because. You know, was it 1776, I think, when the Revolutionary War, so our democracy was kind of born then.
Yeah.
And at the time, everybody was like, man, this is such a great democracy. It's going to be speedy and fast and it's good. And then it's like we never upgraded. It's like we kept the same computer for the next 200 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Those 1776 computers run slow.
Right?
They need a software update.
Yeah, and just imagine it, just put it in that terms where it's just like, oh, we haven't updated our democracy since then. And so, I mean, we have a little bit. I'll take that back. We have a little bit. But So Ireland has a ranked choice vote, and what that means is you rank your candidates. Now, whenever you vote, if we had a ranked choice system, what that would mean is that you can participate however much you want in it. So if you just have your number one candidate and that's the one you vote for, then that's fine. You can put that down. But if you put like, oh, I like this person, and I'd be all right with this person for my number 2 and then number 3. And so let's say that, your first choice candidate, well, they do their first count, right? Mm-hmm. So they count up all the ballots of everybody who ranked their person number 1, right? And then you have one candidate that is clearly like you have the last one that got the least amount of votes. Mm-hmm. So what they would do then is take that candidate's vote and go to that number 2 choice in that pile and then redistribute the votes.
Okay.
And then they would go on and they would keep doing that until they it's called over the line. Like you would get a certain amount to take you over the line. And they keep breaking down, so the last person, like whoever comes in last after the next recount, they take their votes and they go, okay, who are their number 2s?
Okay,
right?
yeah.
And who are their number 3s, right? And so they keep breaking it down until they get a candidate that is over the line. And that's how it works.
So there could be a lot of people who really like this candidate, and there could be some people who say, I kind of like this candidate.
Right.
I wouldn't be angry if this person won.
Exactly.
I would rather the other person win, but I'm okay with this person. And so the majority of people either probably like the candidate or are indifferent about the candidate. It's not good, it's not bad, but I'm okay with what happened.
You'd be all right. So it's like you agree with, let's say that you have a person that you agree with all the policies that they come up with, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have the person who's like, I don't agree with maybe this particular one, but I agree with the rest of them. Mm-hmm. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so what they have found out, because there are cities, I think Minnesota is one of them, the state, who's introduced this for their gubernatorial race.
Okay.
And so what they found is that it's a lot more civilized, because you don't want to be perceived as the jerk, right? Because if you get up on stage and you're just constantly interrupting everybody during the debates, and you're just like, you're vulgar, you're bombastic, you speak a lot of hyperbole, and you get these extremes. Now it's more like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But how would ranked choice voting work with a 2-party system?
It doesn't, but that's the thing. It makes it to where it's more feasible for other candidates, because it's like, you don't get the extremes in it. You settle on the more moderate candidates.
Okay.
Right? And so that's the thing. That's what we're trying to get away from, because the 2-party system is broken. It doesn't it's pretty much the worst for democracy. And if you look at the original Constitution, they don't want that. That's what they were trying to get away from, and yet it still took over.
Politics 101 with Dusty.
Well,
you never know what you're going to get.
Well, so everybody, speaking of Constitution, because everybody's like, oh, we should go back to the way it was, right? Do you know how we used to vote, back in the day?
You had told me they used to print it out in the newspaper.
Well, so before that.
Okay, even before the newspaper.
Even before the newspaper. So there is there's a receipt that they found on Election Day for George Washington where he purchased a bunch of alcohol. Like so many kegs of beer.
He was celebrating his presidential win.
Well, no, it was Election Day.
Okay.
So Election Day, the candidates would throw a big party, and you're invited to where are these, Martha Washington's big orchard that she owned or whatever.
Martha's Vineyard.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't think it was that, but anyway, you would invite all the neighboring wealthy landowners, right?
Okay.
Predominantly white landowners.
Yeah.
You would invite them to a big party, and then you would throw this giant party on Election Day. And by the end of the night, you would have to stand. So there'd be your 2 candidates. So you and I are running for, leader of the Joe Show, right?
Yeah.
And so I throw a big party, and I host everybody. And you come and you drink my beer. You eat my hogs and everything, right? And we have a big party. And at the end of the night, you have to stand there in front of everybody and say, I, Sir Dusty, vote for Joe Mathis.
Okay, so you had to make your votes public then.
Yes.
Everybody knew who you were voting for.
Yes, it was a vocal vote. So you stood there, and there would be a person who's adjudicating it or taking tallies. But you'd have to announce it to the rest of everybody, right?
So both candidates are there?
Right.
And you're drinking both their beer and eating both their food?
No, it's usually one of them doesn't in this particular instance, they have instance where George Washington purchased it all.
Okay.
And so it's he invited the other candidate to come to the election party, but George Washington hosted. So here you are partaking.
He's going to win. If George Washington's inviting the entire city out of male landowners to come and eat of his hogs and drink of his ale,
right,
then you're going to vote for George Washington. Sounds like he was buying votes.
Okay, and so then you move on down, and then you get the introduction of the printing press. So the printing press makes it affordable for people to buy paper, right?
Yes.
So, and then in most cities, you had a Democratic paper and a conservative paper, a Republican paper, right? And so your paper that you subscribe to, that you would pick up every day, would be like a penny. How they would do it is they started printing the names of everybody that you should vote for in their paper. And it would come on a ballot or a ticket. So that's where we get party tickets from. So whenever you vote party ticket, it used to be that you would take like your bright blue sheet of paper and you would go turn it into the office of like where you are registered to vote. And so what that led to is this is where Boss Tweed comes in, the famous scandal there in New York, because what they would do is basically hire goons. So if they saw you carrying the wrong color paper, they would just beat you up.
New York City was wild back in the day.
It's not only New York City.
Yeah, but I just imagine a bunch of people walking around wearing like the old golfer hats. What do you call those small little hats?
I know what
with
you're talking about.
overalls and rolled up sleeves,
and then like
carrying a
like
baseball
stick.
bat.
Yeah, and just
waiting to beat people because they're doing stuff.
There's a court case in Baltimore is where it happened because these two brothers go down and they go to vote, right? And so they're carrying their tickets in their jacket. And they go to vote and pull it out. Whenever they pull out the wrong color, the people step outside and just shoot one of them.
That happened in Baltimore?
In Baltimore.
Wow.
And so the other brother barely escapes and then ends up suing, right? And then the question becomes, are you brave enough to vote? Right? Is the average man, is it possible for the average person brave enough to go vote?
Because they might get beat up or shot.
Or shot. He got shot dead.
Shot, killed.
And so that's how so the Australian ballot is the current ballot that we have now. And it only became popular because of the Industrial Revolution. So what would happen during the Industrial Revolution is you have these huge factories with a bunch of people, right? And so whenever your boss gets to see who you vote for, he would be like, well, you're not voting for the candidate that's going to give me the best deal. You're fired.
You're done.
And so that's where you get the introduction of the Australian ballot.
Okay.
Which is the secret ballot. And then you also get the where it becomes regulated by the federal government and state governments, where they're the ones now responsible for printing the tickets.
Yes.
And they're the ones responsible for getting the machines, having they do the councils and everything of that nature. So that's how we ended up to where we are today.
There you are. So you got a lot of windshield time in. When you just described the history of this country's electoral process.
Yeah, but it's just fascinating because people don't they just think oh, we've always done this. This is the way it's always done. And it's not that's what's the beauty of America is we have this ability to evolve and get better, and yet we're just stuck right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just stuck with the idea of it's either winner take all or losing. Oh, speaking of winner take all. So your electoral college was basically just a copy and paste of the House of Representatives. Right?
Okay.
So the House of Representatives, you get the number of people based on your population.
Right.
Which is where you get the 3/5 compromise back in the day.
Yeah.
Where, slaves were only counted as 3/5 of a person because they wanted that ability to count them as a person to get the House of Representative in order to get more votes.
Okay.
Right? So back in the day, the way the Electoral College worked was you had districts in your state. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like we have districts now.
Yeah.
And so if our district voted for a candidate, then that district would send their electoral vote to vote on the presidency.
Okay.
Instead, what happens between Jefferson and Adams is that Jefferson is a Virginia man, and there's a district in Virginia that always votes Adams. So Virginia decided to say, no, we are a winner-take-all state, where it's if all the other districts voted for Jefferson, then that that electoral college vote goes towards Jefferson.
Okay.
So it becomes a winner-take-all.
Yeah.
And so Maryland responds for Adams doing the same thing, and that trickles on to the rest of the states. I think now, if I'm remembering the podcast correctly, Maine and Nevada, I think, are a little different. They still do the districts. But what that means is, if you have, half of your state vote the other way, and yet all the Electoral College votes goes to the other candidate, It's a little broken.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is how you end up with 23% of the popular vote.
50% plus 1 in Nevada would send all the votes one way.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's just weird because it's like you like I didn't learn that in college or not college. I didn't learn that except for
you learned that in a podcast.
Right?
You were 30. How old are you? 37.
36.
30. You were 36 years old, working a steady job, driving to your next work spot where you learned that. Yeah, I didn't learn that either. So
yeah, and so but if we still went back to that, it would be better because if you would have probably like Lexington and Louisville would probably vote more liberal.
Yeah,
their makeup of their city is a little different, and then the rest of the state. But you would still have those 2 electoral points go towards the candidate versus
the whole state.
The whole state, yeah, right.
So you would divide the electoral votes based on population.
Right,
Okay.
which is already done for the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but I mean like for the president.
Right. Exactly.
So like let's say I think Kentucky's worth like 8.
Right.
So like
we have
maybe
8
like
districts.
Lexington and Louisville will be worth like 2 each.
Mm-hmm.
So like Lexington and Louisville, if they vote, not if, but when they vote Kamala Harris, Kamala would get 4 electoral votes from Kentucky instead of Trump getting all 8 or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you would get them by the district of the state versus just the whole state winner-take-all system.
Yeah.
Which is broken.
Yeah. Well, then,
give you a lot of faith.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
right.
I don't know. I think that would make it really hard for some Republican candidates to win because major cities are always going to vote blue.
Not always.
What major city is not going to vote blue?
Well, I mean, there's stuff like in the past that they haven't.
Yeah, but it's been we talked about this 40 years ago when Reagan ran. He won by the biggest margin in Electoral College history.
Mm-hmm.
He got 525 of the 538 electoral votes.
Landslide. Yeah.
Landslide.
Yeah.
Could you ever see that happening again today? It's never going to happen, right? Because there's so much political distaste for each other now.
And I think what we have, what we're learning today, and if you did a case study, especially on this election, the biggest difference between now and like 2020 even is that now we have these almost like silos of information, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus like back in Reagan's day, you had trusted sources that everybody there was like a standard where it's just like, oh, we believe like the Wall Street Journal or your local paper.
Yeah,
right?
What this says is the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
They accepted it, right? And then I mean, like even those institutions held themselves up to a standard of like, no, here is our proof, right? Versus now it's like, well, I get my only information I get is from this certain area, and then the only information you get is from this certain area.
Yeah. And I honestly don't believe that those certain media conglomerates, so to say, are necessarily lying. I just think that a lot of them omit details.
Oh, sure.
So which I guess is a form of lying, but like, you know, if you get your news from Fox News or from MSNBC or CNN or whatever it may be, I think that you're skewed because you're getting the information the way that they want you to see it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And so that's why people have a distrust of media.
Right. And it's also been like it's also been sown. Like if you're Elon Musk and you own this giant company called X, or formerly Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
and you own it, and the only thing you're allowed to put on there is just disinformation about what's going on.
Yeah.
And then yet you have 200 million people on your platform
seeing all this stuff,
all this stuff, and it's like it's one of those like, like this is not good.
Yeah,
like
I had this conversation the other day with someone. We were talking about Fox News,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they're like, "Well, it can't be true. It's on Fox News." And I'm like, "Fox News isn't just flat out lying. I don't think that news companies are flat out lying. I don't think they are. I just think that they're omitting the truth from the other side, so the other side doesn't. So that they can skew the way that they want their listeners to hear the news."
So, because there's a few things, because like there is a standard that hopefully like these balance of powers and checks and balances that we have in America. One of the things that is the courts, where you do have to have a sense of proof, right? And so where Fox News stands, it's like, yes, they did lie and they got sued and they were held liable for that lie, and they have to pay that company, whatever, Dominion, I think, a bunch of money.
That's the voter booths or whatever, right? Okay, yeah.
Dominion created they're the ones who created the electronic voting, and so I mean, Because they in a court, you do have to prove that. Like you have to prove what you were saying.
I think
so
I don't know. I guess the difference between that is I think when someone lies, they're doing it intentionally to try to deceive people. Well, I think that you can have information wrong, and you can still be wrong because you didn't do your background research, but that doesn't mean you intentionally lied to deceive people.
Well, you can also you can cherry pick statistics, I think is a term. Now, okay, so a history teacher did this experiment where and I thought it was genius. So what he did is that during class, he had another teacher who was in on it, right? Had another teacher come in and pick a fight with him, right? Okay. And they got into a heated argument, stuff was thrown.
Oh, it's a setup.
It's a setup, but the students don't know.
They don't
right?
know. Yeah,
they don't know. And so because it's meant to look like that, right? And so then the teacher goes, "Hey, the principal would like we need this for a report. You guys need to write down what you saw and everything of that nature, right? And so I can submit this so that way we can go over this, right? For the principal, right? Because the principal's in on it too. And so then they take a day, they read it all, then they come back the next day and the guy's like, "Hey, this is a setup." And then he started reading off students' reports.
And what they saw. Because some of them, it was their coach that he picked a fight with. And so they sympathized with him. Yeah.
Some of them like the other teacher, and they sympathized with them. And so it's the same event witnessed by everybody in the room, but how they took it and where their bias comes in is shown.
Yeah.
And so it is that where it's history is written that way as well. Where and so to your point of, maybe they're not maybe they're just omitting the things that they don't want, right? And so you do get these silos of information of where you get it.
Yeah.
And it's not that they're lying, it's just that that's their
they're omitting the truth.
That's just their biased views.
Yeah.
So finding that information that you trust that is unbiased, or what I like to do is listen to both sides. Just say, okay, this event happened over here for this person, how do they think? And then this event happened and how do they think? And then somewhere you settle in the middle.
All right, Dusty, let's get to music real quick.
Music. Let's see. You got a lot of good stuff coming on if you just want to get away from all this nonsense. And I'm probably going to vote early so that way I don't have to deal with Tuesday because it sounds like it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, right? Well, apparently yesterday was crazy, too, with the lines.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a way to escape the crazy.
Well, I think Tuesdays is going to be a little, you're just going to up it a notch, right?
Maybe so. I don't know. With early voting now, it's more spread out. So I'm not sure the lines are going to be as long Tuesday because people have had the chance to vote 3 other days.
That's true. And I don't know who's out there going you know what? On Monday night, I'm going to look at it and finally decide.
Well, yeah, we all know who we're voting for.
We all know. All right, but I would vote for Willie T. Taylor. He's going to be at the Rebel Studio Lounge in Berea if you want to go see Willie T. Taylor. That is tonight, November 1st. Drake White will be at the Virginia Music and Arts venue there in Somerset. That's who we previewed last Tuesday. If you want to go check him out there in Somerset, if you're headed down that way. The Local Honeys are playing tonight at the Pit House in Slade. If you're headed down to the Gorge, you can check out the lovely Local Honeys. Shannon McNally, who I got to see at the Master Musicians Festival one year. She's going to be up there at the Louisville Palace, which will be a great indoor, great venue to go see. And she has very nice, easy listening music if you're an older person and older, well, I guess older than I am, like Ann Yeager old, right?
I can't wait to tell her that on Tuesday.
Then it'll be a nice evening if you want to go check out Shannon McNally there at the Palace. It would just be, just easy peasy, right? It'd just be good. So if you have your special someone, take them on a date tonight and surprise them with some Shannon McNally.
Okay.
If you're looking to get a little bit wilder, you can go check out Rags and Riches there at Louisville Waterfront Park. They're going to be playing this Saturday, November 2nd. Nicholas Jamerson is going to be playing Sunday at the Burl. And then the people that we are previewing today is going to be at Renfro Valley.
Oh, yeah, we know this group.
Tonight. Started to go with a classic.
The Marshall Tucker Band going to be at Renfro tonight.
And I play this song on my way home sometimes as I think about my wife.
There you go. Every time you hear this song, think about Dusty
and his wife.
Thinking about his wife.
Thinking about his wife.
Marshall Tucker Band, Renfro Valley tonight.
Tonight.
And this is Can't You See? Dusty, we have a commercial break coming up after this. Appreciate you being on.
No problem, Joe. Also, Go see the Boyle County Performing Arts Center. They have
Dracula.
the Dracula going on this weekend, so go check them out as well.
Resetting your password, unsubscribing from emails, printing anything. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with an auto owner's insurance independent agent, getting the right coverage for your business doesn't have to be one of them, so you can get back to more important things, like learning how that printer works. That's simple human sense.
Ask Dexter and WHIR Insurance Agency in Danville if auto owners make sense for you. Call me, Mark Dexter, or Chris Reitmeyer at 236-6686.
Boyle County's our home, so let's keep it clean.
Hey, Boyle Countyans! It's time we talk about Boyle County's scenic beauty. So, for the love of our gorgeous county, when heading on over to the convenience centers, please cover your loads as if you're sneaking cookies out of the kitchen. We don't want any trash making a great escape attempt on the way, right? So, let's keep Boyle County from turning into Boyle County landfill. Thank you.
Boyle County's our home, so let's keep it clean.
Did you know there's money available to help you pay for trade school or college? Yep, and all you need to do is fill out the free application for federal student aid, also known as the FAFSA. Completing the FAFSA costs you nothing but time, and it can pay off big. And there are experts across Kentucky who can help. For more info, visit gearupky.org/money. That's gearupky.org/money. Brought to you by this station and the Kentucky Broadcasters Association.
The best football teams always get the call right, and you need to make the right call before you excavate. If you don't and you damage a natural gas line, the Kentucky Public Service Commission will investigate, and you could be fined up to $1,250. So make the right call. Put safety first. Call 811 before you dig.
Touchdown! Oh, my goodness!
This message brought to you by the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? With a wide range of products and services, we are here to provide you friendly, expert service for all of your banking needs. This is Rita McIntyre. I'm the relationship banker for Boyle, Garrett, and Mercer counties. As part of your community, we are committed to building solid, long-term relationships. Call me at 859-733-4963. Let us show you what uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by
Brought to you by our friends over at Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet Harrisburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood tile, and carpet remnant. Shop and save on all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. Cloudy skies through mid-morning, gradually clearing, a high of 64, low tonight 38. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 67. Sunday mostly sunny and a high of 76. Right now, it's 8:40 in the morning. It is 51 degrees. Pammy, what's going on with you this morning? Wedding planning with Pam.
Hi, I'm Pam Stewart Clark, and this is Wedding Planning with Pam. Every culture, country, and religion has its own wedding traditions. You may want to include one of these customs in your wedding. During your wedding ceremony, plant a tree. This custom comes to us from Bermuda, representing not only new life, but life continuing. In the traditional Chinese ceremony, the bride and groom are presented with 2 goblets of honey and wine tied together with a red ribbon, the color of courage and joy. They drink together from the goblets, representing joy and the courage life together will inevitably require. Have you already decided to wear white on your wedding day? You may appreciate your choice more to know that in the Jewish tradition, it's believed that when a man marries, his sins are forgiven. The wedding day is supremely sacred, as the bride and groom embark upon married life in a state of utter purity. In reflection of this, both the bride and groom may choose to wear white. In an old French custom, the bride and groom drink a toast from a 2-handled cup, representing the coming together of their 2 lives. This special marriage cup is handed down as an heirloom to the next generation of brides and grooms. My love note, will you begin a new tradition by incorporating an original element into your wedding festivities that touches others enough to want to include it in their celebration? Now, wouldn't that be something?
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Talk Kentucky Sports, weekday mornings at 10 with Matt Jones and Kentucky Sports Radio, right here on AM 1230 WHIR.
$8:42 in the morning, 8:43 now in the morning, 50 degrees here in Danville. Hey, President Trump, some people that were wearing MAGA hats. Americans recently brawled over a MAGA hat on a British Airways flight. So I guess maybe a guy was wearing a MAGA hat and somebody else didn't like it, and they got into a fight over it. This is exactly what I was saying. Like, there's so much political just hatred now that we'll never see someone like Ronald Reagan get 525 electoral college votes. Because the other side hates the other side so much that you will never have a compromise to where a majority of people on one side vote for the other candidate. It's just not going to happen. We got people fighting on airplanes because they're wearing hats. Check out the audio from the recent flight that happened on a British Airlines flight. Here it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your tremendous pilot speaking. That's right, I've taken over the plane, and it's come to my bigly attention that some of you are arguing over a MAGA hat that a passenger is wearing. And frankly, I don't like that. I will be throwing anybody who has a problem with that MAGA hat off the plane. That I can tell you. In fact, flight attendants will be coming around with MAGA hats for each and every one of you. If you don't put them on, again, you're off the plane. If you've noticed, I've turned on the fasten seatbelt sign and the put on your MAGA hat sign. Please follow my directions. We know you have a choice which airline you fly, and I'm glad you chose this one, and I'm glad you're wearing a MAGA hat.
There you go. Let's see what's going on in this morning's World of Food. Little grub gab action for you, where you can always just eat it. Wendy's is set to expand its seasonal menu offerings with the introduction of a new salted caramel frosty, mushroom bacon cheeseburger, and an upgraded version of its fan-favorite taco salad starting November 12th. The salted caramel frosty delivers a warm, comforting sensation with each spoonful. Salted caramel frosty features vanilla frosty base mixed with salted caramel flavor. The mushroom bacon cheeseburger, a 100% fresh, never frozen beef patty, topped with Munster cheese, bacon, savory roasted mushrooms, and creamy garlic spread, all served in a premium bun. And taco salad. The same taco salad customers know and love now feature a new creamy, zesty salsa dressing, plus crispy tortilla strips, fire-roasted corn, and the chain's iconic chili. Popeyes giving away free chicken sandwiches through November the 10th. It's easy to grab your free sandwich. Just order at least $10 worth of food for pickup or delivery on the Popeyes mobile app. And guess what? That free sandwich is yours. You can get a choice of the classic, spicy, or new ghost pepper, which was launched earlier this month. This newest sandwich has an all-white meat chicken breast, barrel-cured pickles, and chili-infused ghost pepper sauce on a toasted brioche bun. Popeyes also is bringing back their popular Cajun-style turkey for the holidays, which we told you about last week. It's a pre-cooked turkey that just needs thawing, heating, and serving. That serves 8 to 12 people. You can have it delivered for $99 or purchase at stores for $55, but prices could vary on that. And hey, lastly, but certainly not leastly, well, where did that story go? Well, I don't know where it went. I had a story up here about Subway being sued, but now it's gone. All right, I know how to get to it. Give me 1 second. We'll tell you why Subway's being sued. Grossly misleading ads is what it says over the amount of meat that's in their sandwiches. A proposed class action lawsuit says advertisements for the fast food chain show steak and cheese sandwiches containing 200% more meat than what customers actually receive. The lawsuit was filed Monday in Brooklyn federal court. The woman who's suing is seeking unspecified damages for New Yorkers who bought the sandwiches in the last 3 years. The lawsuit alleges Subway violated the state's consumer protection laws. Subway sued over grossly misleading ads. Popeyes giving away free chicken sandwiches. Wendy's with a new salted caramel frosty. Grub Gab, the world of food where you can just eat it. We see what's gone on this day in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history coming up next.
Maybe it began with a little girl and her tin can microphone on the front porch of a log cabin in the Great Smoky Mountains. But it wouldn't be long before the crowd she dreamed of followed her home to Dollywood, where the memories we share will live in our hearts forever. Experience the incredible resorts, award-winning festivals, thrilling rides, and live shows with those you love most. Plan your trip at Dollywood.com.
You will see Dracula. You will
Silence!
Boyle County High School will be performing Dracula for the Halloween show on October 31st at 8:30 p.m. and November 1st and 2nd at 7:30 p.m. You can get tickets at thebcpac.com.
Tickets only cost you your soul.
Or just $15.
There will be blood, scares, and darkness, so be wary and don't forget your garlic.
The Halloween show on October 31st at 8:30 p.m. and November 1st and 2nd at 7:30 p.m. You will see Dracula. You will
Silence!
Hello, Central Kentucky. I'm Steve Bertram with sports. It's the end of the high school football regular season tonight on Hometown Radio, and we have 4 big games for you. Boyle County entertains Frederick Douglass on Z105. Mercer County travels to Lincoln County on WHBN FM. Danville visits Bardstown on WHIR FM, and Garrett County hosts Harrison County delayed on Z105. All 4 games kick off at 7:30. Start your evening with Joe Mathis on the high school football preview show from 6 to 7 on WHIR and WHBN. It all streams at hometownlive.net. In the girls' 12th Region Volleyball Championship game last night, Boyle County lost to host West Jessamine 3-0. 12th Region Coach of the Year Eric Knoyer of Boyle led the Lady Rebels to a record of 30-10 this season. Kentucky fans hope to see the football Wildcats come up with a big upset at 7th-ranked Tennessee tomorrow. It's a tall order because the Vols are 17.5-point favorites. UK has fallen to 1-5 in SEC play, while UT is 3-1. The Cats have lost 3 straight since winning at Ole Miss in September. Our pregame shows begin at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Tip-off is at 7:45 Saturday night in Knoxville for Kentucky at Tennessee on Z105. In other college football Saturday afternoon, Center College is at Berry. Saturday night, Louisville's a 10.5-point underdog at number 11 Clemson, and Eastern Kentucky University visits Tarleton State. In the NFL last night, the New York Jets scored 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to beat the Houston Texans 21-13. Jets are now 3-6. Texans fall to 6-3. NASCAR's running in Martinsville, Virginia this weekend. Join us for the Xfinity Series action tomorrow. Air times at 1 o'clock Sunday for Cup racing. Joey Logano and Tyler Reddick have qualified for the championship at Phoenix. 2 more drivers will be added after Sunday's race. It's all on WHIR-FM 103.9. The girls and boys state high school soccer championships are set for tomorrow at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in Lexington. The girls' final at 4:30 features Lexington Catholic versus Sacred Heart. The boys' title game at 8 o'clock Saturday night has Henry Clay versus Louisville Collegiate. That's sports. God bless America. I'm Steve Bertram on the Hometown Radio Network.
Just a note to tell you about Papa's Quick Stop, the former truck stop on Stewart's Lane in Danville, now open 24 hours a day. You'll discover they sell only quality Shell gasoline and are a branded Shell gasoline store. Shell's a name you know and trust. Fleet discounts are available. Ask Thomas how you can become part of the Fleet Savings family. Be sure to ask about how to get your money-saving Papa's Rewards card that will save you 3 up to 5 cents a gallon on every fill-up. Inquire at any Papa's Quick Stop location. Papa's Quick Stop is in Danville and Stewart's Lane, now open 24 hours a day.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jack, and I appreciate that from you, buddy. Brought to you by our friends hanging out over at Howard Carpenter Flooring out in Harrisburg, specializing in discount waterproof vinyl flooring, hardwood tile and carpet remnants. Shop and save on all types of floor coverings. Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet, 540 North College Street. Cloudy skies through mid-morning, then gradually becoming sunny. A high today of 64, low tonight of 38. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, sunshine and 76. Right now, it is 8:53 in the morning. It's 51 degrees on this first day of the month of November. That is 11/01/24 on your calendar. And we got a phone call coming in here. Good morning. You're on the Joe Show. Good morning. You're on the radio. Well, I would say never mind, but you weren't on the radio to begin with because you didn't say anything. Let's see what's gone on this date in history, November 1st, that's made this date a date to remember. Starting off on this date in history back in 1962, where singer and co-founder of one of my favorite all-time bands was born. On this date, 1962, he turns 62 years old today. Happy 62nd birthday to Anthony Kiedis, singer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Scar tissue that I wish you saw. Sarcastic Mr. Know-It-All. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you, 'cause with the birds I'll share. With the birds I'll share this lonely view.
Anthony Kiedis having a birthday today. Had the 1992 top 25 single Under the Bridge. The 2002 number one album, By the Way, and 2006 number one album, Stadium Arcadium. It's an awesome album. It's a double album. 2004, he also published his autobiography titled Scar Tissue, which is takes its title from this song, became a New York Times bestseller. Anthony Kiedis on this date, 1962, was born. There you go. It was on this date, rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history in the year 1969. On this date, 1969, I've been very vocal about this album, calling it the best album in the history of music, and it was on this date, 1969. This group scored their 13th U.S. #1 album with an album entitled Abbey Road. The final studio recordings from the Beatles feature 2 George Harrison songs, Here Comes the Sun and Something. This is the song Something. The cover supposedly contained clues added to the Paul is dead phenomenon, which we know was not true. On this date, 1969, the Beatles went #1 with the greatest album in the history of rock and roll music, Abbey Road. And one more item on this date in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history. On this date also in 1969, this artist went #1 on the U.S. singles charts with this song. Yeah, Elvis Presley and his song Suspicious Minds. His 18th U.S. #1 single.
Because I love you too much, baby.
Went '2 in the UK on this date, 1969. Elvis Presley at #1.
Why can't you see?
There you go. That's what's gone on this date, November 1st, in rock and roll, pop, and R&B music history. Got a phone call in here. Good morning. You're on the Joe Show.
It's football Friday.
Yes, it is Football Friday, unless it shall be for the remainder of this day, because Miles Bell has declared it. And Miles, excited for the final game of the regular season. Should be a fun one at Rebel Stadium tonight, Miles. Frederick Douglass versus your Boyle County Rebels. Miles, how you feeling about tonight's game? You feeling confident?
Good.
Okay. Now, you've done fairly well at times this season in predicting scores. So let me ask you this one, Miles. Frederick Douglass, 6-3, one of the top teams in the state. Boyle County, perfect 9-0, winners of 29 straight, who I believe is the best team in the state. What's your score prediction tonight? Frederick Douglass at Boyle County. What's your score prediction for the Rebels and Broncos?
I'll say 49-40.
49-40. So you got a high-scoring game, and you got a close game. But still, you got it. That's a 2-possession game. 9 points is a 2-possession game. So you got the Rebels by 2 possessions then in tonight's game, and 89 points total being scored. That's a lot of points, Miles.
Yeah, but they're really good too.
Oh, they are good. It's been a long time though since Boyle County's given up that many points in a game. You know, like they haven't given up a touchdown in the last 8 quarters. Right, so you're saying that Frederick Douglass makes up for all that lost time, and they're going to score some points on the Rebels tonight. But the Rebels top Frederick Douglass 49-40. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that. What else is going on, Miles? UK basketball kicks off their season, or I guess tips off their season Monday against Wright State.
On Monday.
Now, have you watched any of the scrimmages, Miles, and how are you feeling about the basketball Cats this year?
Well, they've not been on TV.
Yeah, I don't know how people are watching them, because I got a friend who's been watching them. They're on, like, the SEC Network plus alternate channel plus 8 or something. I don't know what channel they're on. I can never find them, and my friend's sitting here watching them.
On SEC Network Plus, which is only on the computer.
Oh, okay. You have to probably pay for that channel then, don't you? That's not like something you would get with like YouTube TV. That's something you have to pay extra for. Yeah, I'm not paying extra to watch UK basketball scrimmages, but I am excited for Monday, though, versus Wright State, Miles.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been watching the scores. How do you think the Cats are going to do Monday against Wright State? They've been scoring in bunches and shooting a ton of threes. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're confident about Monday, too?
I like it, too.
Good stuff. What do the Cats win by on Monday, then?
We win 110 to 67.
Wow, that's a big margin of victory. 110 to 67. Do you think that's about how many points Tennessee puts on Kentucky in football tomorrow? About 110?
No, but I don't. No, but I don't. I don't feel very good about that guy.
You're not looking forward to watching that one as much as you are watching the basketball Cats on Monday. Miles, hey, I appreciate you being on, buddy. I got top hour news coming this way, so we gotta step aside and get top hour news in here. Appreciate you being on, Miles, and we'll talk to you later, okay?
Oh, okay.
All right, Miles. See you, buddy.
Okay.
Miles Bell giving us an update. He's got the Rebels 49-40 over Frederick Douglass tonight. It's 9:01 in the morning on the Joe Show, 103.9 FM, WHIR Danville.
Eric Smith says there was a second shooting scene a few blocks away involving that same teenager who was immediately taken into custody. The chief says the 6 wounded people are now in stable condition.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams is returning to federal court today in his bribery and fraud case. Jacqueline Carl reports.
Lawyers for the mayor are asking for the bribery charge against Adams to be dropped. They say prosecutors have yet to prove there was any quid pro quo in the matter. Prosecutors have claimed that Adams took luxury travel from Turkish officials in exchange for smoothing the way for a new Turkish consulate to be built in New York City. Adams has pleaded not guilty to his corruption charges.
And Ford is blaming a slower than expected demand for electric vehicles for pausing production at one of its plants. Ford announced it will idle its F-150 Lightning plant in Dearborn, Michigan. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Taxes or are in debt to the IRS? This is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jennifer Lopez says the Donald Trump campaign offended every Latino in this country with their jokes against Puerto Rico on Sunday.
It wasn't just Puerto Ricans that were offended that day, okay? It was every Latino in this country. It was humanity and anyone of decent character.
The pop star, whose parents are from Puerto Rico, spoke Thursday at a Kamala Harris rally in Las Vegas. She expressed outrage at a joke made during a Trump Madison Square Garden rally about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage. Lopez noted, "This is our country, too." Boeing machinists will vote on a new contract offer Monday. Brad Ford with more.
The union's been on strike since September 13th. They've rejected several offers that union leadership thought would pass. The latest offer would raise wages 38% over 4 years. That's a compound increase of 43%. The union originally wanted a 40% increase. Union members also want their pension plan returned. The newest offer doesn't include that.
Clocks will go back 1 hour this Sunday. Brian Shook with more.
Daylight saving time ends at 2 a.m. November 3rd and starts again in March of next year. That means an extra hour of sleep. Only Hawaii and Arizona don't observe daylight saving time. There have been proposed bills that would end the time change every year and make daylight saving time permanent. I'm Brian Shook.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree.
The U.S. Capitol Christmas tree is officially on its way from Alaska to Washington, D.C. The 80-foot Sitka spruce was placed on a barge last night to be shipped to Seattle. From there, it will travel to Baker City, Oregon for one of about a dozen whistle stops as it makes its way to the eastern seaboard. The 39-year-old spruce tree was harvested from Alaska's Tongass National Forest earlier this month. Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Your morning espresso starts right here. It's the Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
All campaigning in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. Yep, Nikki Haley was out there backing Donald Trump, which I think is a great development. Bulk of truckers now say they back Donald Trump. They're wary of Kamala Harris, just like the same thing with veterans. Detroit auto workers on Kamala Harris is struggling with blue-collar workers. She hasn't done a thing for us. What a quote that is. And that pretty much sums it up for the rest of the country. But she's going to fix these things on day one. Day one was January 20th, 2021. Harris pledges to sign a bill to restore reproductive freedom. Well, they have reproductive freedom. I mean, these people make things up. She just flat out lied in this speech the other night. It was like, I'm sitting there, I'm like stunned.
The Sean Hannity Show from coast to coast later today.
Hey, it's Matt Walsh, podcaster, best-selling children's author, and world-renowned DEI consultant. My hit comedy and #1 grossing documentary of the decade, Am I Racist?, is now streaming exclusively on Daily Wire Plus. I went undercover into the world of DEI and got the elites of the establishment to say all the quiet parts out loud. The only way to watch Am I Racist is with a Daily Wire Plus membership. Head to dailywire.com/subscribe. Use code DEI for 35% off your new annual membership. Don't miss it. Am I Racist? Streaming now exclusively on Daily Wire Plus.
It's that time again, where we choose who we think is the best candidate for office. It's a difficult decision that requires the evaluation of contenders. Do they have the appropriate skills for this office? Are they the right type of leader? Selecting the right candidate is no easy feat. That's why, for your office, there's ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes choosing the right candidate for any office easy because they find the most qualified people for your roles. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is how we doing it with this Chrysler of Lawrenceburg. In 2024, they are making deals real. With their educated personal staff, they make shopping fun and buying easy.
Do you want a newer vehicle? Want a truck for under $25,000? Need your vehicle service? Needing a place that's going to treat you right? Well, Withers is the way. Check them out, Chrysler of Lawrenceburg.
This is one place I will not pass on deals with wheels for the 2024.
The ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show is so back for its 13th year on the Hometown Radio Network, breaking down all the area high school football games from 6 o'clock until 7 Friday nights on WHIR and WHBN. Join us. We have a blast. We talk high school football. We even do the high school fantasy football draft. It's Central Kentucky's only pregame show. It's the ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show, Fridays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and HometownLive.net. This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office. While in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those three locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the Indoor Theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1, the yard sale from 10 until 3 at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate on the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
It's brought to you by our friends over at The Little Sign Shop. Need a sign, a banner, or a decal fast? Of course you do. See the new owners and operators, The Little Sign Shop. They are in Danville where 2nd and 4th Streets meet. Cloudy skies right now through mid-morning, gradually clearing. A high of 64, low tonight of 38. Tomorrow, sunshine and 67. Sunday, sunny and 76. Monday, sunny and 77. Back up near the 80-degree mark there Monday and Tuesday. Again, trick-or-treating times for the city of Danville and for Junction City tomorrow, 5 until 7, and the weather looks great for that. Right now, it's 9:11 in the morning. It is a DCA Warrior Friday as we are joined in studio by DCA Headmaster Chris Holderman. And to make this segment official, here's Jim Parman.
The following is a paid program.
Told you. And welcome Mr. Holderman onto the show. Good morning, Mr. Holderman. How are you?
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm doing great this morning.
I appreciate you being on, and you have brought a special guest in studio with you today.
I have. I tell you, got to meet this young man about a year ago now, a little over, Dr. Justin Landy. Mm-hmm. And I think, of course, a lot of people know him in our community as well. He's a doctor.
Yeah.
So, if you want to treat him good, he'll treat you good.
Yeah.
But he's one of our board of directors at Danville Christian Academy. And, wow, it's just been a really neat thing to get to know him and really work with him along with the other board directors and to be able to guide, Danville Christian Academy in the future. And there's a lot of stuff we're working on over there, and to have somebody like Dr. Landy work with you is, well, it's just really a godsend, I think.
Yeah. So let's have Dr. Landy. You can introduce yourself and tell us what you're a doctor of.
Sure.
And then do you have kids at DCA?
I sure do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a doctor of primary care internal medicine here at Ephraim McDowell in town. As Mr. Holderman mentioned, I'm on the board of directors, and I have the privilege of serving as our public relations subcommittee chair. Mm-hmm. I have one daughter in first grade at Danville Christian Academy. And so happy to be here.
So let me ask you this question as a parent, because I have a child at DCA as well. Sure. Why choose DCA for your daughter? Why was that the choice that you all made?
Sure. 2 words: biblical worldview. Biblical worldview makes it's the most important thing. We live in a culture where truth is sometimes challenged, and as I always say, Pontius Pilate asked, "What is truth?" But truth isn't what. Truth is a who. He said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life."
Yeah.
So that was the most important thing for us.
There you go. So Dr. Landy, Chris Holderman in studio with us today. Let's start off with next Thursday, November 7th. Big night for you all. Night of Victory. And this is an event that is already basically at capacity to show you the support that DCA has in the community, already nearly at capacity. Tell us, Dr. Landy, Mr. Holman, what is a night of victory and what's going to be happening next Thursday?
Absolutely. So the night of victory is a very special evening for us at Danville Christian Academy. It's the one night a year where we come together to celebrate all the work that God is doing at Danville Christian Academy. It's also our largest fundraising event of the year. It's a beautiful production where we have teachers, staff, administration, board. We have families, parents, grandparents, friends, and stakeholders who all just kind of come together so that we can hear the State of the Union of Danville Christian Academy and really celebrate God's glory and what He's doing in our community.
So what's going to be going on that night?
What's not going on that night, Mr. Holderman? I think the only thing we're lacking right now is a petting zoo. I think,
we can figure that out probably.
I think we can. We'll
We've
talk
got
about
a parent
that
probably
later.
that has, some
Has the farm animals they can bring out, yeah.
That's right, yeah. You've had the privilege of meeting Ms. Tiffany Gaines, so she'll give an assessment of what's going on academically at Danville Christian Academy. We have Dr. David Lamb, our athletic director, who will talk about the athletic successes, and most importantly, we're also going to talk about the spiritual successes at DCA and how our kids are growing in Christ and becoming more like Christ every single day, which is the most important thing. We say all the time, Jesus is the mission, and mission is Jesus and a Christ-centered environment of academic excellence at DCA. So there are some really great things to celebrate that evening.
So this is basically for parents, grandparents, guardians of DCA students to come out and see what's going on at the school as a whole, right? So like I'm sure that they're talking with teachers and this is how your specific student is doing in this area, but this is as a whole. Let's see what's going on with DCA as a whole. What are we doing? Where are we progressing? This is what we see in the future, and this kind of gives parents the framework for what to expect for DCA over the next couple of years.
Absolutely. And as a fundraising event, it gives us the opportunity as a board and a teaching community to actually come together to actually show the parents, families, and stakeholders what the future objectives are at Danville Christian Academy, where we're trying to raise money so that we continue progressing in accordance with the will of God.
And this is like a dinner event too, right? You're serving dinner that night?
It's going to be delicious. I'll tell you, we got the Bull Cattlemen serving some ribeye steaks. I think Gary Brown's cooking those up. It's going to be delicious. We have Come to the Table. Emily Brown serving all the sides. It is going to be a wonderful meal.
It's a great meal. Our kids, we'll have a lot of our kids to help serve. And then we have our praise and worship band, DCA praise and worship band, which is the kids as well.
Yeah,
they'll be there and playing some music for us, and it's a really neat event coming from last year, seeing it for the first time. And I hadn't saw anything like that before, and it's pretty eye opening to see the amount of stakeholders that DCA has, and that you may not even see them come and bring their kids there, but they really have a belief in what DCA means and what we're trying to do there for our children. And so it's and like Dr. Landy said, it's a time for us to come together to give them pretty much a gist of what's happening, where our leadership is, our administration, where our board directors are, what are we thinking, what's our vision, how are we complementing all those things. And, we want to put on our Sunday best, if you will.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody says that anymore, but that's what we're going to try to do Thursday night, and we want to let people know we appreciate them as well, and so there's a nice steak dinner for it, and it's a lot of fun. It's a good time.
That's Thursday, November 7th. There are phenomenal things going on at DCA. Mr. Hardeman, when you were on 2 weeks ago, you had mentioned you've started an FFA program at DCA.
Yes.
I know you all have started a bowling team, I think, at DCA too, right?
Got bowling going on. Tennis team, I think I cut up. We had 47 kids sign up for tennis. I'm like, well, I don't think we can build a football field. We got to build some tennis courts.
47 kids signed up for tennis, huh?
47 kids. I'm not joking. That's exactly what they said. And I thought that number was off. I talked to Dr. Lamb about it, and they were talking about it again because we did at our night of Warriors, or Meet the Warriors. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I guess about a week ago, we announced all the sports there, and yeah, sure enough. Now I don't think all 47 kids were there, but all 47. They were like 47 kids playing tennis, and so we kind of acknowledged them. Because I thought that number maybe was a little, embellished,
yes.
Maybe a little. But, they signed
47 kids.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to do that. I'm just glad tennis rackets are a little cheaper than they were back in, my day, used to.
They can mass produce them now, right?
Well, it seems like it, So there's a great tennis community, though, now out there,
yeah.
So they kind of take care of each other, so. I'm looking forward to that.
Let's start a pickleball team now. Pickleball's getting big. What about a DCA pickleball team?
You know what? We may be the first to try it. I don't know. It's that is crazy. Being a PE teacher and a coach when I started here, my career, pickleball is something you did in PE class, because you want to teach, short implement, bracket ball, that kind of thing. And who would ever thought pickleball would have taken off?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah,
there is a group, the Danville Picklers, and they play like every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
I mean, they're at Bunny Davis
morning.
at 6 o'clock in the
Well,
morning.
I'll be honest. Now, my son is he's playing pickleball like once a week now. And,
Do you like it?
Yeah, he loves it. I guess they go to Bunny Davis maybe.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they've got it out there, and so he's going out there at night, and I'm like, my wife said, well, he's staying a long time. I mean, anyway. I guess they got lights.
They do. They got lights out there and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good time. Pickleball. So we may start. Who knows?
DCA pickleball team. Yeah. I know it's cross country season as well. You got basketball season starting up here shortly, and there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in DCA. And again, those DCA parents and guardians will be able to hear all about that if you RSVP'd for that victory night of victory at Danville Christian Academy a week from yesterday. So next Thursday, November the 7th. Right now it's 9:19 in the morning, 50 degrees here in Danville. On the Joe Show, we'll step aside. We'll come back. Tuesday is Election Day, and we'll talk a little bit about Amendment number 2 that's on the ballot that we'll be able to cast our vote on. Coming up next on the Joe Show. Don't go anywhere.
This is Caraway at Mattresses and More on Houstonville Road in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, stop by and check us out. New items arriving weekly, and we sell off the floor. Buy it today and take it home today. We offer layaway and 12 months same as cash with approved credit.
Thank you, Caraway. Again, buy it today, take it home today. Living room suits, bedroom suits, dinette sets, recliners, and more. From Mattresses and More, Southland Plaza next to Ace Hardware.
As we gather with family and friends this fall, don't let respiratory illness ruin your plans. Kentucky is seeing spikes in flu, COVID, and RSV, plus returning threats like measles and whooping cough. Getting sick can be more serious than you think. Do your part to protect yourself and the vulnerable people in your life by staying up to date on the latest immunizations and boosters. Call 855-598-2246 to find a provider near you. This message paid for by Kentucky Voices for Health, the Kentucky Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Saturday night. Time to conquer old Rocky Top and squeeze out a little orange juice along the way. Tennessee Volunteers and your Kentucky Wildcats. Touchdown!
The pregame show starts this Saturday evening at 5:30 with kickoff at 7:45.
It's all right here on your home for the Cats and the hits is WRNZ FM C105.
Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know. Generations of serving our community, immunizations, prescriptions, and so much more. Helpful people, free local delivery, mobile app refills right to your door. Visit SuttonRx.com. Sutton Pharmacy, friendly service from people you know.
In Lancaster on Maple Avenue.
Hey, it's Joe Pags. Make plans to join us for the show. We're bringing the top news stories that are affecting you, the top stories from social media, pop culture stories, could be in sports. Maybe we'll sing a song or two or three or make fun of somebody that you want us to make fun of. That plus, of course, a big part of the program is you calling in. Look, we can agree, we can debate, we can yell at each other, we can sing a song together. We do it all right here on the Joe Pags Show, Monday through Friday, from 6 to 9 on WHIR AM 1230 and online at hometownlive.net.
Some love him and some hate him. But everybody listens to Sean Hannity weekdays at 3 and Saturdays at 10 on AM 1230 WHIR.
9:22 in the morning. It's Friday, the first day of November. It is a DCA Warrior Friday, doing a little Warrior talk, and we have Mr. Chris Holderman, the DCA headmaster, and Dr. Justin Landy in studio with us as well. And we talked about the night of victory at Danville Christian Academy, and it is that capacity. If there are people involved, affiliated with DCA that want to go, is there any way to still fit them in? Or
So one way to do that would be to access the social media page for Danville Christian Academy. Academy. The contact information for RSVP is on there. Happens to be my bride, Sierra Landy. So her contact information is on there for any last-minute requests.
Okay, so you can do that way on DCA's social media page.
Yeah, so her information is on the social media page, and, and they can reach out to Sierra.
There you go.
We're not going to turn people away. Give us a call at DCA, and if they can't remember all that, and we'll make sure we get we get them connected to Sierra. Yeah, we want them to be part of it.
Mr. Holderman, how many students y'all have at DCA? What's the count?
I'm having a family interview almost at least. I'm got like 1.8, 2, 3, per week. I had one last night. I've had 2, I think, this week. So we're at 367, probably 370 in the next week or two, because I think I've got 8 families that I'm waiting to do an interview with. Yeah, it's pretty.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if Dr. Landy knows this, but I've told this before on the air. I went to DCA in 6th and 7th grade at Gethsemane Baptist Church.
Oh yeah, I remember.
We was 6th and 7th grade were all in one class, and we had like 6 kids in the class.
Yeah,
and I never would have imagined 300 and how many? 380?
Well, be around 370
students at the school now.
We'll
about 20 years later.
If you follow the trend, and of course I'm learning a year here from, but we started last year. The very start of school was around 305 kids. And so
last year?
That's
so you've
right.
added 55, 60 students or so in 1 year?
In 1 year. Yeah, it's crazy. We actually had probably 35, maybe during the year last year, throughout the year. Being part of school, you have families come in, throughout the year for people move and jobs, that kind of thing. But that's a little different at DCA. We're averaging, no kidding, about one every week, and it seems like what's typical at school during a break. You'll have people come back. But at DCA, I think it's just we're trying to get the word out. What we do there, and I think people are really interested in what Dr. Landy just said. Biblical worldview. We're a Christ-centered school, and it's I don't really feel like we compete with really Bull County schools or whatever. I know being there, it's just something else that we offer that people are looking at, and giving them an opportunity to come there. And so people want the best for their kids, and so this is an avenue that they feel like is best, and it's a better way maybe for them, and so we're pretty excited about that. So I look to have 390 this time next year for sure, maybe even 400. If you look at our data the last 6 years, we got a 10% increase of students, 9.7 I think it is, and then last year was around 15%.
I don't know how in depth you could go about future projects.
Yeah,
the building can only hold so much right now, right? Obviously, you have a capacity. So, is there future projects on the horizon to say we've got to expand because there are so many kids and parents interested in DCA, and what does that look like?
Yeah, I think you feel my pain, Joe. In the director's pain too, because we know we have to do something. I think DCA is in a transition. I think we're all realizing that. Me coming with outside eyes, you don't know for sure. You're trying to figure out. Holderman, what are you seeing here? And so, but being there, I've been over there a year now, and I'm really, understanding the culture, and then where we're at, and I really believe in the history of DCA. We're coming about on 30 years there. There's a strong foundation at DCA, and so I really believe that we are in a transition. And so when I don't know. I've been telling people my brain thinks a little differently. I don't know if you've ever smoked any meats, like brisket or anything, but I did this a few years ago. But there's a certain temperature you get to that has to rise above. It's almost like boiling point, and it's hard to get that meat to that temperature. I kind of relate that to DCA right here. We're kind of in that. We got to try to figure that out. So to answer your question, it's hard. We're doing some thinking, and we're doing some analysis. We're doing some reviews. We had a board of directors retreat a few weeks ago, and we were talking about just that. And our former board of directors, the last 5 to 10 years, they developed a site plan that has that vision, that's actually laid out, on a map, if you will. And it shows a football field, and it shows a high school building, it shows an early childhood center, it shows an ag building, it shows a softball field, a baseball field. All these things, you got to have a vision, you got to have something you can see before you can really get to it. And so, to answer that question is hard, but we've got to do something next year, because we're at a crossroads. Yeah. So that's where we're at, and I believe we depend on the Lord to help us with those things, and through prayer, And I think that's the biggest thing. We all have our stakeholders, and because we want to do what's best for our children and our stakeholders there. And so, we pray for each other to help make those decisions for DCA. And I cut up and say, I wish I hadn't even been to DCA if I do something to mess it up, because it's just such a good thing going. And so, but you have to take a risk sometimes, and that's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah.
And so, we've got a lot of planning in our minds. Nothing that that's really significant in regards to concrete right now. But we have to make some decisions in the next year or two.
Yeah. I do want to. You'd mentioned parents want the best for their kids, which is a good transition to Amendment Number 2. We don't have a whole lot of time, but obviously Election Day, early voting is going on right now, and then Election Day is Tuesday. We talked a little about Amendment Number 2 when you all were in studio a couple weeks ago, but tell us again your thoughts on Amendment Number 2.
Yeah, we were able to have a little chili supper about a week ago. Amanda Mays Bledsoe and Daniel Elliott were able to join us, and my goal was to, and then some folks from the Family Foundation, Bluegrass Institute. But my goal was to let our families and our stakeholders know the facts. And, because I know it can get pretty, not really confrontational, but, it's just pretty strong here. So I think DCA, we've taken the stance that we are, supporting to say yes to the amendment. What I try to do is just go with the facts. Kentucky's only one other state that doesn't have this option that Amendment 2 is showing. So I just go with the facts. A lot of people are going to Step 2 and Step 3, Step 4. I think Step 1 is just figure out, do we want to allow it? And so this is an 1800s, constitutional statement that's written down, kind of like what they do in the board, like governmental agencies when you have to swear in and, you have to swear you haven't had a duel.
Yes.
Yeah. We do. It's so funny, but it's kind of like that. They're up. We're updating things, and so 48 other states already have this.
Okay, so Kentucky's one of 2 states that does not have this in their constitution.
Yeah, it's North Dakota. So it's that's one easy way to do it, and so I think it's just an opportunity for the people to choose. And so you can get very, the next step is all the debating I think that's happening now. But so I think we should have our families and our parents, our kids, ultimately have a choice of what they want to end up doing. But we can't do that without updating our, the statement that's, that's written down.
Yeah. Mr. Chris Holderman, Dr. Justin Landy as well, with us in studio this morning. Real quickly, before we let you all go, Dr. Landy, you've mentioned the Night of Victory. This is I guess the biggest fundraising effort that you all do of the year. There are people who maybe want to support DCA but can't be there Thursday night. And again, they're almost at capacity anyway. But for those people who do want to support but can't be there, is there a way that they can donate without having to be at the event?
Yes, absolutely. So here in the next in the next week, we should be posting a QR code to our social media outlet on the Danville Christian Academy Facebook page. And you'll be able to access our social media page. There'll be a QR code there that you can pull up to donate to DCA. If you do so, we hate that we missed you.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord, and we thank you for partnering with us.
Dr. Justin Landy, Mr. Chris Holderman, Danville Christian Academy, every other Friday. They're here on the Joe Show from 9:10 until 9:30. Fellas, appreciate you all being on. You have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There you go. Dr. Justin Landy and Mr. Chris Holderman. It's 9:31 in the morning. Bottom Hour News is underway. And Patrick McClure, Brian Bailey join us next for a McClure and Bailey Friday.
And we don't have any injuries at this time, although we're making a good assessment here. We have some unhomed people that live in this area. We do not know if they were affected yet, and we'll continue our assessment with them in the daylight.
The assistant Cincinnati fire chief says the flames quickly spread to the bridge known as the Big Mac, and it did cause structural damage to some of the steel. Engineers are going to be out inspecting that damage while it remains shut down. I'm Rick Ucchino.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Lawson's Tractor 2, your local Kubota equipment dealer, wants to help you deliver a job done right. That's why they want you to know that the new Kubota inventory is arriving daily. You have work to do. They have the reliability and durability and versatile lineup to help you do it all. Visit Lawson's Tractor 2 today for all your equipment needs. Lawson's Tractor 2, 4 miles south of Danville on Highway 127, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and Saturday, 8 to noon. Lawson's Tractor 2.
The ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show is so back for its 13th year on the Hometown Radio Network, breaking down all the area high school football games from 6 o'clock until 7 Friday nights on WHIR and WHBN. Join us. We have a blast. We talk high school football. We even do the high school fantasy football draft. It's Central Kentucky's only pregame show. It's the ZAXBY'S High School Football Preview Show, Fridays from 6 o'clock until 7 on 103.9 FM WHIR, 99.5 FM WHBN, and hometownlive.net.
Planning a wedding? Paying for a wedding? Attending a wedding? Hi, this is Pim Pfister Clark with Wedding Planning with Pim, inviting you to join us Monday through Friday after the 8:30 morning news on WHIR AM 1230. I'll give you sound wedding planning advice and money-saving tips, information you need, and you'll get it all right here at your favorite radio station, WHIR AM 1230.
I went to ride Hatfield Chevrolet, and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RodHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Early non-excused voting continues today. So where can you vote? In Boyle County, early voting is taking place at the showroom on Lebanon Road through Saturday. In Garrett County, early voting is at the Garrett County Clerk's Office. While in Lincoln County, it's at the Clerk's Office. Early voting will take place at those three locations from 8 until 4. In Mercer County, it'll take place at the Mercer County Clerk's Office as well, though they'll go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. Again, early voting is open today and tomorrow with the same hours tomorrow. You also have the option of voting on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place on Sunday at the indoor theater at Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those items off from 9 until 1 on Sunday, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3 on Sunday. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's this Sunday. Donations from 9 until 1, the yard sale from 10 until 3, at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Mercer County Magistrate Jackie Claycomb has announced he's stepping down from his role as magistrate on the Mercer County Fiscal Court. Claycomb is a magistrate representing District 3, that's much of the western and central part of Mercer County, and his resignation will take effect in January. Claycomb has served in the Fiscal Court for more than a decade and attributed his resignation to health issues. Anyone in Mercer County who lives in District 3 and is interested in serving as a magistrate in the Fiscal Court is asked to contact Judge Executive Sarah Steele. Mercer County Church of Christ is hosting a free coat giveaway tomorrow. It'll happen at the church on 1200 Louisville Road from 9 until 11. Donuts and refreshments will be provided. Again, that's tomorrow from 9 until 11 at the Mercer County Church of Christ. And Kentucky 1988, that's Van Arsdale Road in Mercer County, remains closed today from 8:30 through 3, and on Monday at the same times as well for road work being done. The closure will be in effect between mile point 3.2 to 3.4. You're asked to use US 127 North to Kentucky 1160 or US 127 South to Kentucky 1987 as alternate routes. I'm Joe Mathis.
This Joe Show weather report brought to you by...
All right, Jack, and I appreciate that, buddy. It's brought to you by O'Charlie's in Danville. Sunday brunch is back. Starting Sunday mornings at 10, enjoy a special menu like French toast, biscuits and gravy, steak and scrambled eggs, bacon, egg, and cheese quesadillas, and $5 mimosas. O'Charlie's in the Danville Manor Shopping Center. Cloudy skies through mid-morning, then gradually clearing. High today of 64, low tonight of 38. Sunshine tomorrow, 67 for Trick or Treat in Danville. And then mostly sunny Sunday, high of 76. Right now, it is 9:37 in the morning, and Patrick McClure joins the show, and it's a McClure and Bailey Friday.
The following is a paid program.
Yes, it is. Thank you for that, Jim.
Morning, Joe.
And Patrick
that
McClure.
That should be the name of the show. You know that?
The Morning Joe Show? Yeah.
I think it is.
What's going on with Patrick today? You're in here and got your Bull County pullover, and Patrick came in. He was counting on his fingers and toes how the RPI was going to work if these certain situations fall into place tonight.
Well, so first and foremost, it is senior night for most of our local schools, one way or the other. And it's Boyle's senior night, which means, of course, it's my son Paul's senior night. That's bittersweet in a little bit of way, but we know we have at least a few home playoff games left to go.
Yeah.
But the thing everybody wants to know is what it's going to look like the third and fourth week. It starts with this. Bull County's got to beat Frederick Douglass tonight. Period. End of story.
Yes.
On that front.
Got to win that.
And then it gets weird. This RPI format, but somehow concludes that the 13th ranked team in the country, riding a 29-game winning streak, 4 straight state championships, consensus unanimous, number 1 in the state regardless of class, is somehow third in their own class.
Right.
Because the RPI is based on your winning percentage, which Paducah, Tillman, Franklin County, and Boyle County are all undefeated.
Right.
Then your opponent's winning percentage.
Yes.
And then a third of a point on your opponent's winning percentage. So here's where we stand finally at the end of the year. Tillman's been way out in front most of the year. But their district is really bad, and then they even played some out-of-district teams that aren't that good. So they're still in first at .758. Mm-hmm. Franklin County's at .756. And Franklin County, for a little while the other night, had jumped back up into first before some other Western Kentucky scores came in and Tillman got back ahead of them. That's how close it is. I mean, one game can make a difference. Tillman went from .79 to .75.
After a win.
After a win over winless Callaway County. And, boy, Callaway County really hurt them because not only is Callaway County winless, but over half the teams they've played have one win, and it's against them.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So
their opponent's win percentage is also really bad.
It's really bad. So where we stand is this for the local folks. Wayne County plays North Laurel. Boyle County, Mercy ruled Wayne County basically in the first quarter. Franklin, they don't give credit for Mercy rules, and that is one thing I would tweak right out of the box so that you don't have teams trying to run up 70 points. It doesn't matter in the
as
RPA.
long as you get to the running clock.
I don't know why Tillman does this, but as it is, it doesn't matter. You can win by 1 or by 100.
Are you saying that you would put that in place if you got a running clock win, you get bonus points, but that's it?
Yeah, and I would do an additional bonus point if you got it in the first half.
Okay.
So,
okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's how dominant you are. You get the additional point for running the clock in the first half. I get that.
That would be, I think, 6 of Boyle County's opponents.
Mm-hmm.
It would be all but 2 of you'd get at least the running clock on everybody but St. Edward's, which actually I guess you wouldn't get because you're getting the 0.5 for them being out of state. So actually LCA is the only school that we wouldn't be getting it for. But anyway, so Wayne County was a big win for Boyle County. It's a win for Franklin County. North Laurel was a win for Franklin County. If Wayne County beats North Laurel, our opponent's winning percentage goes up. Our opponent's winning percentage goes up. Mm-hmm. And if necessarily that means North Laurel loses, so Franklin County's opponent's winning percentage goes down. That could make a difference. The thing here is, if you get to the fourth round, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now, that would be Tillman, Franklin, Boyle, Corbin, although Corbin and Blazer are just neck and neck.
Yeah, Blazer's actually in front of Corbin right now.
Well, and Blazer's got the same problem we do. They played, I think, Ironton, Ohio, and beat them. That was a big win for them, right across the river, big-time power.
Mm-hmm.
But they're only getting, a modicum of credit for it because it's an out-of-state opponent. And I think that's a disservice to these kids, too. And it's an oddball for Boyle County this year. But if you're talking about Blazer, if you're talking about Tillman, if you're talking about Covington Catholic or Highlands, some of their biggest rivals are across the river.
Yeah.
It's silly.
Yeah.
But anyway, meanwhile, Tillman plays Russellville, who's a little bit better than Callaway County, but they're a 1A school. You get demerits for playing down the third time. This is only their second playing down. But you get a bump for playing up.
Mm-hmm.
So both Bull County
and Franklin County get the bump tonight.
Franklin County plays GRC.
Yeah,
and they
6A.
Could lose that game. I doubt they will, but it's, I guess, possible. The big game that matters is Bull County and Frederick Douglass. So if people want to come out and see these seniors, we got 17 seniors. These kids have lost 3 games in their entire high school career. They've never lost a playoff game. They've really done something to make us proud. So I hope our fan base can show up and show out tonight and make them proud, because it's a big deal for the kids.
I'm trying.
Elsewhere,
you said they lost three games their entire. Are they undefeated against public schools? Because
no.
of LCA, Lexington Catholic,
Frederick Douglass twice.
Frederick Douglass, that's right. Yeah, Frederick Douglass got them in 2022, right?
And
that was
2020. The home team has never won this rivalry between Bull County and Frederick Douglass.
So 20. I'm trying to do the math. 20. They did play. The 2020 is the COVID season, right?
Yes.
I'm looking. They didn't play Frederick Douglass in 2020.
Then it's 2019, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's 2019.
Literally, this is the third time we're playing them at home.
And
Frederick
the
Douglass won
visiting
those,
team
but
is-
Bull County's won all 3 of the ones up there.
Okay.
So, in any event, the Lexington Catholic loss, of course, was redeemed in the playoffs.
Yeah. And that was when the RPI came and helped Boyle County.
Yeah.
Because they lost to Lexington Catholic in the regular season, but because Boyle County was over them in the RPI, Boyle hosted Lexington Catholic at home in the playoffs that year and beat them.
And there again, guys, in Frankfort, that makes no sense. We'll take it, but it makes no sense.
You're right.
So, anyway, the other big one is a local game. Lincoln County plays Mercer County.
Right, 2 local teams.
If Lincoln wins that game, did Mercer play Franklin County? That's a natural rival.
I don't think Mercer and Franklin, but
they
they did not play this year.
They do have some common opponents, though, so that could come in. But certainly Bull County beat Lincoln County, so if Lincoln County wins, their winning percentage goes up. There's a path that Bull County gets the first seed. The probably greater likelihood in our favor is that Tillman drops to third and
Franklin County moves up to
first
1.
and Boyle's second. The nightmare situation is, and it would be true if I was Franklin County too, or Paducah Tillman too. If you're playing that 4th round game, and one of those schools is traveling 5.5 hours, you're probably going to have to go up on Thanksgiving night to get ready for a Friday high school football game. All of the costs that goes into that, you're not going to have the fan base you would want. It's a bad, and that's bad for the home team because they lose gate. It's a bad system. I wish I could persuade them, if they're going to do this silliness, at least say if you're more than 250 miles away, play at a neutral site. Let's play it in Bowling Green. Wherever, Hopkinsville, I don't know. It's just somewhere that doesn't involve that. But they didn't ask me, and they're probably not going to ask me, Joe.
Well, they should listen to the show. That's what they should.
They
they should be listening
really
to the show.
Should listen to the
know
show.
what
They
they're
could
doing
learn
with
a
their time.
lot,
They could.
I think, from that.
I agree. But I was talking about this with Coach Haddix this morning too, and I think what you said is correct. The most likely scenario, if it falls in Boyle County's favor, would be Tillman probably falling out of the top 3 because they do play a 1A school, and then you get Boyle County and Franklin County both playing up in class. They both win again in this situation, and you got Franklin County at 1, Boyle County at 2. You don't even have to get to number 1 for the home playoff games. Just have to get to number 2. So it's great to be 1, okay, whatever. But as long as you're 2, you're at home throughout the first 4 games of the playoffs.
And then you're playing in Lexington the 5th.
Yeah, the 5th game was in Lexington, 35 minutes away.
Right.
So.
And to be fair, we did this last year. If we have to go to Franklin County, that's 45 minutes away. Okay,
not bad.
And that was a great environment last year. I mean, obviously, Boyle County won handily.
Yeah.
But it was a great environment. Franklin County had thousands of people there, so did Boyle County. And it was cold and nasty.
It was
and
super
windy.
cold, yeah.
It was not a great night to be a fan. I think the kids liked it, but it was not a great night to be a fan. But there was a lot of us out there.
Yeah, a lot to keep track of tonight when it comes to high school football Friday night. We'll have all the games here on the Hometown Radio Network. Boyle County on Z105. And if you're wondering about the Mercer-Lincoln score, again, Patrick talked about that game. That'll be on WHBN. Danville is at Bardstown tonight right here on WHIR. And Garrett County host Harrison County on Z105 tonight.
Now, is that still a district game for them?
That is not. No.
It is not.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're out of district now.
And Danville's out of district. Bardstown's a very good historically. They moved up to 4A.
They are 4A now. Yeah, they are. They're 4A.
Dave Clark is no longer the coach there. He was a fraternity brother of mine at center. I guess he's stepped away from coaching, I think, because I'm pretty sure he still teaches there.
Yeah, Justin Grundy is the head coach.
He was an assistant of his.
Mm-hmm.
So But that's a good program. Those games with that series with Bardstown got scheduled, several years ago, when Bardstown was competing for 3 A-state championships and Danville was competing for 2 A-state championships, and it was that's another one that's not that far away. It can make a good natural rivalry, but I think it looks kind of odd on both of their schedules currently.
Danville 7-5 all time versus Bardstown.
Including, I don't know, you may be too young to remember, the game where Danville was down 20 points going into the fourth quarter, and then Bardstown just kind of laid an egg. I can't remember.
Is that a playoff game in 2000?
Something like
33-29,
yeah, because I was living
won?
at the Racket Club. So that would be right. There were, I think, 35 points scored between the two teams in the fourth quarter. It was crazy.
Yeah, 33-29. Danville actually, they won the first 4 in the series. First played in 1933. Danville won 25-0, but won the first 4. And then from that, they basically alternated. Loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. But Bardstown has won 2 in a row. Last time Danville beat Bardstown, the 2010 season, October the 8th of 2010, beat them 59-13.
That was a regular season.
Yeah, it was a regular season game, yeah.
Non-district regular season game. So a lot of good stuff going on.
Lots to keep track of.
What do we have going on locally as well? Are we done with festival season or?
Well, we got a big thing called Election Day on Tuesday.
Oh, yes.
And we are next week's going to be crazy because we're falling back. Everything's going to be dark at like 4:30 in the afternoon, and then we're voting on president, and the whole world's going to be flipped upside down.
And you know what, Joe? I don't usually haven't in the past. People generally know where I stand, but I haven't gotten into like what I would call endorsements. I will on the constitutional amendments.
Okay, go ahead.
The Amendment 1 is done basically to fluff one person's ego. It says that non-citizens, aliens, what's it say?
Did they say idiots or something?
Yeah,
like that?
idiots and the insane, which is a really unfortunate term, and I can't believe that's in there. What they mean is people that are suffering from some sort of learning disability or handicap. That alone is enough to vote against this thing. But there's also this other little dirty secret. If you've been convicted of a felony and not pardoned, if you can't show proof of citizenship, and the ID thing, Kentucky's always required ID. I go to the polling booth. I know everybody that works in there. Mm-hmm. They still make me show my ID. Yeah, I've known them for 50 years, and they make me show my ID. This is nothing new, but it's redundant, and it inevitably, when you invoke redundant laws for no good reason except for somebody's ego, the rule of unintended consequences kicks in, and all hell breaks loose. That's a hard no on that one. Amendment 2, I know there are some valid arguments, and I know my friends from LCA oh my God, I'm so sorry. DCA. Yeah. We're just
wrong CA.
Yeah, Mr. Halderman and Dr. Landy, but it comes down to this. You have X amount of dollars that are in the state education system. Mm-hmm. The state constitution currently says that the state is required for promoting the common schools. That's the public schools. This proposal, while you were being told on TV, well, it doesn't actually create vouchers. It just allows the legislature to talk about it. Nonsense. Everybody knows what that means. There's a supermajority in the legislature. Everybody knows what the next step on this is. And you just cannot get around the fact that you are necessarily, if you have a finite number of dollars, you've got $100. If you send 20 of those dollars to something besides the common schools now have $80. The last thing we need to do is be taking money out of the public education system in this state. We've gotten better than we were when you and I were young, but we're still something like, I don't know, we're in the low 40s, high 30s. We've got a long way to go, and the driver of everything, and by the way, it's an economic issue too, folks. When factories are looking at coming here, whether we're locally or into the state, one of the things they look at is how strong is your public education system? Can we rely on you producing reliable, educated workforce, people that can be trained, people that can do things? And if you can't, guess what? Those jobs are going to North Carolina. Those jobs are going to Georgia. Those jobs are going to Ohio. So this is a big, big deal. If we came up with a different way or something to try to help the other folks out, that's great. But you can't do it by taking tax dollars out because we've only got so many. If you don't want to see your taxes go up, like going to a 9% sales tax, which has been proposed, then you got to vote no on Amendment 2.
There you go, Patrick McClure, giving out his official endorsements. Amendment 1 and Amendment number 2.
No on both. By the way, Kentucky has a long history of just saying no on amendments. That's why our Constitution is relatively unchanged for like 150 years.
Yeah. Patrick McClure, and Bailey. Hey, I do want to ask you, Subway class action lawsuit against Subway. Have you heard about this?
Not this one.
Okay, we'll talk about it coming up right after this on the Joe Show. It's 9:52.
I've heard of others.
There's others. So this is a new one.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
Just a note to tell you about Papa's Quick Stop, the former truck stop on Stewart's Lane in Danville, is now open 24 hours a day. You'll discover they sell only quality Shell gasoline, and they're a branded Shell gasoline store. Shell's a name you know and trust. Fleet discounts are available. Ask Thomas how you can become part of the Fleet Savings family. Be sure to ask about how to get your money-saving Papa's Rewards card that will save you 3 up to 5 cents a gallon on every fill-up. Inquire at any Papa's Quick Stop location. Papa's Quick Stop is in Danville and Stewart's Lane, now open 24 hours a day.
Maybe it began with a little girl and her tin can microphone on the front porch of a log cabin in the Great Smoky Mountains. But it wouldn't be long before the crowd she dreamed of followed her home to Dollywood, where the memories we share will live in our hearts forever. Experience the incredible resorts, award-winning festivals, thrilling rides, and live shows with those you love most. Plan your trip at Dollywood.com.
Be prepared for what Mother Nature brings. Keep up to date with weather forecasts here every hour on WHIR.
Little Smashing Pumpkins. Probably would have been. Would you have been listening to this in high school, 1996, or were you in college by then?
I would have been in college by then, but I knew a lot of folks that were kind of onto that straight edge movement. It's funny to me, Paul actually listens to them a little bit now, and he's big into Green Day. And all of a sudden, I'm a little bit cool again. I actually saw Green Day when I was living in London, England, sort of by accident. This girl walks in my room and says, "Man, I got this ticket to see this band at the Odeon," which is a place where Jimi Hendrix used to play and everything back in the day. It's a small club, not bigger than Linus, but maybe not as big as Bogart's in Cincinnati, And I said, I'll go see anybody there. So I go down there, and it was the Green Day was opening for the Offspring, if I remember right.
Okay.
And, the Offspring was pretty big at the time. I didn't know Green Day was going to take off the way they did, but now I get to say I saw
You saw Green Day.
Yeah. You said we had some a new class action. I do want to give a shout out. My brother George, who's the comedian in the family, is out there. He's in this weekend. We'll get to see Paul play his senior night game and everything. So I kind of wish he was going to be on for this. I don't know what you're going to say.
I didn't know you had a brother. You have a brother named George?
Joey Kirk is also my brother.
Okay,
but George the Fourth. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a son named George too.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
We got a lot of Georges.
Yeah. I knew about Joe. I didn't know that you had a brother George. Yeah. Where does your brother George live?
Fort Collins, Colorado.
Okay, is he an attorney?
No, he is actually, I guess, semi-retired now, doing freelance work. He's worked in kind of high-end audio stuff for a long time, and then he traveled all over the country as a stand-up comedian for many, many years. He is really, really funny.
Yeah, you had him come in studio.
Well, I think he is here to relax, Joe.
Yeah, that's true. Lee Cruz called in one day, and he was doing a stand-up show at Pioneer Playhouse. And so I asked Lee, I said, "Lee, how do you feel you're a comedian when people ask you to tell a joke?" He said, "I think that's weird because if I know someone works at McDonald's, I don't ask them in their free time to make me a burger. Right. I'm relaxing. This is my free time." So I get what you're saying. So here's the Subway lawsuit we're talking about. Subway being accused of grossly misleading, quote-unquote, customers over the amount of meat that's in their sandwiches. A proposed class action lawsuit says advertisements for the fast food chain show steak and cheese sandwiches containing 200% more meat than what customers actually receive in those sandwiches. The lawsuit was filed this week, Monday, in Brooklyn federal court. The woman who's suing is seeking unspecified damages for New Yorkers who bought the sandwiches in the last 3 years. The lawsuit alleges Subway violated the state's consumer protection laws. What do you think about this, Patrick? So the advertisements show a lot more meat on the sandwiches on like TV than what you get when you go in store and order that sandwich.
You know, the last one we had like this, and I don't remember whether it was McDonald's or Burger King or whoever, was that supposedly they were advertising that it was chicken wings, but it was actually breast meat.
Oh, yes.
And you may recall, I'm just glad to know it's chicken.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they were suing. It was Buffalo Wild Wings, I think, right?
Oh, yeah, I think that's right.
They were suing Buffalo Wild Wings because they're buffalo wings or something.
They're boneless ones.
Yeah, the boneless wings were not wings. They're chicken breasts.
Who didn't see that coming, by the way? You know?
Yeah.
All right. So in the case of Subway, the first thing that jumps out at me, because I do eat at Subway a fair amount, it's right across, one of them is right across the street from the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
They always have the option of doing the 2X, double the meat. So you said 200%. Well, that almost gets you there. So if that picture is the
maybe
2X,
they're showing the 2X,
right? You know, I think it's a little bit silly. I think some of these folks sit around and come up with this stuff to make a headline. Unfortunately, it is also why people tell lawyer jokes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because the lawyers that put this stuff out there, you know, I guess we're guilty of it because here we are on the Joe Show talking about it, but thankfully we haven't given the attorneys names. If you really want quality representation, people that are real life, common sense, local to you, you need Brian Bailey.
Call Brian Bailey or his partner, Patrick McClure. McClure and Bailey, 236-8888, your hometown team. Patrick, appreciate you being on, and good luck to the Rebels tonight, and we'll be weighted with bated breath over the RPI. Coach Haddock said they're going to be up late tonight trying to figure out who's going to be where with this RPI situation.
We've done it before.
Yeah, so why not
do it again? Good luck to all our local teams. Hopefully everybody wins.
Hey, Patrick, appreciate you being on. There's
you.
that sad music again. That means my time has come to an end of the Joe Show. Had a blast with you all on this Friday morning, and I hope I'm in the start to your work day just a little bit more bearable. I'm Joe Mathis signing off. I'm back with you tomorrow morning. No, I'm not. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'm back with you Monday morning, dark and early, on Danville's one-stop shop for local news, local events, and local voices, The Joe Show. AM 1230 and the brand new 103.9 FM WHIR Danville News Talk Sports. Until then, God bless. Have a great, fun, and safe Friday afternoon. Kentucky Sports Radio is coming up next. Check. Check, check, check. This is a home. A Garrett County man is facing animal cruelty charges and torture charges, now a felony under Kentucky law after sheriff deputies say he strangled a dog to death. 28-year-old Hagen Penman was arrested this week after sheriff deputies say that he strangled a dog to death, then discarded the dog's body into a ditch nearby. Penman was arrested and was lodged in the Jessamine County Jail. Flags at state office buildings will be lowered to half-staff from sunrise to sunset tomorrow in honor of State Senator Johnny Turner, who died October 22nd. Turner died after an accident on his riding lawnmower. He served in the Kentucky House of Representatives from 1999 to 2002, serving eastern Kentucky counties of Bell, Floyd, Harlan, Knott, and Letcher counties before he served as a state senator. Turner's funeral will be held tomorrow morning in Harlan. All individuals, businesses, and organizations are encouraged to join in the flag-lowering tribute. I'm Joe Mathis. A Garrett County man is facing animal cruelty charges and torture. A Garrett County man is facing animal cruelty in the Jessamine County Jail. Flags at state office. Now a felony under Kentucky law. 28-year-old Hagen Penman was arrested this week after sheriff deputies say that he strangled then discarded the dog's body into a ditch. Penman was arrested and was lodged in the Jessamine County Jail in honor of State Senator Johnny Turner. Turner died after an... A Garrett County man is facing animal cruelty charges and torture charges, now a felony under Kentucky law after sheriff deputies say he strangled a dog to death. 28-year-old Hagen Penman was arrested this week after sheriff deputies say that he strangled a dog to death, then discarded the dog's body into a ditch nearby. Penman was arrested and was lodged in the Jessamine County Jail. Flags at state office buildings will be lowered to half-staff from sunrise to sunset tomorrow in honor of State Senator. Encouraged to join in the flag-lowering tribute. Football Friday is here, the final regular season games of the season before the playoffs start next week. The area schedule looks like this. Danville is at Bardstown on WHIR. Boyle County looks to make it 30 straight wins as they host Frederick Douglass in a game that could have major implications on the RPI. That game will be on Z105. Mercer County, who's already locked up the #1 seed in their district, is at Lincoln County on WHBN, while Garrett County hosts Harrison County on HometownLive.net and delayed on Z105. All games kick off at 7:30. I'm Joe Mathis. Football Friday. Johnny Turner, who died October 22nd. Turner died after he served in the Kentucky House of Representatives from 1999 to 2002, serving eastern Kentucky counties of Bell, Floyd, Harlan, Knott, and Letcher counties. Turner's funeral will be held tomorrow morning in Harlan. All individuals, businesses, and organizations are encouraged. Football Friday is here, the final regular season game. The area to the season before the playoffs start next week. Boyle County looks to make it 30 straight wins and a game that could have major implications. That game will be on Z1. Mercer County, who's already locked up the #1 seed, while Garrett County hosts Harrison County on HometownLive.net and delayed on Z105. All games kick off at 7:30. I'm Joe Mathis. An update. A Garrett County man is facing animal cruelty charges and torture charges, now a felony under Kentucky law after sheriff deputies say he strangled a dog to death. 28-year-old Hagen Penman was arrested this week after sheriff deputies say that he strangled a dog to death, then discarded the dog. Flags at all 5 school districts in Kentucky are receiving a total of more than $340,000 to buy new diesel and propane buses. Governor Andy Beshear made that announcement yesterday, saying that the schools will replace older model buses with new diesel and propane buses that emit 98% less particulate matter and 90% less nitrogen than older buses. As far as the school districts, that's Campbell County, Fleming County, Henry County, Mason County, and Nelson County, who will replace 4 of their buses. Kentucky school buses travel more than 100 miles. Kentucky school buses across the state travel more than 100 million miles a year, providing transportation for more than 350,000 children every day. An inmate who was on the run for more than 4 months is back behind bars. James Middleton was sentenced to 18 months for drug possession in Jefferson County. Middleton escaped the facility he was in June, despite the fact that he was due to be released just 1 month later. He had been on the run since then and was recently found and arrested in Lexington. I'm Joe Mathis. Flags hit 5 school districts in Kentucky. 5 school districts in Kentucky are receiving a total of more than $340,000 to buy new diesel and propane buses. Governor Andy Beshear made that announcement yesterday. With new diesel and propane buses that emit 98% less particulate matter and 90% less nitrogen than older buses. As far as the school districts, that's Campbell County, Fleming County, Henry County, Mason County, and Nelson County, who will replace 4 of their buses. Kentucky school buses travel more than 100 miles. Kentucky school buses across the state travel. Kentucky school buses across the state travel more than 100 million miles a year, providing transportation for more than 350,000 children every day. An inmate who was on the run for more than 4 months is back behind bars. James Middleton was sentenced to 18 months for drug possession in Jefferson County. Middleton escaped the facility he was in June, despite the fact that he was due to be released just 1 month later. He had been on the run since then and was recently found and arrested in Lexington. I'm Joe Mathis. Across the state travel more than 100. An inmate who was recently found and arrested in just 1 month later. He had been on the run since then and was recently found and arrested in Lexington. I'm back behind bars. James Middleton was sentenced to 18 months for drug. Middleton escaped the facility he was in June, despite the fact that he had been on the run since then and was despite the fact that he was due to be released just 1 month later. He had been on the run since then and was recently found and arrested in Lexington. I'm Joe Mathis. Children every day. An inmate who was on the run for more than 4 months is back behind bars. Election day is Tuesday, and Governor Andy Beshear has voiced his opinion on doing away with the Electoral College. Yesterday, Beshear said that he believes the best way to determine who becomes president is by popular vote, though he did admit he didn't think the Electoral College would be dissolved anytime soon. Kentucky Republican Senate President Robert Stivers denounced Beshear's claim, saying that the Electoral College ensures smaller states like Kentucky have a voice in the election. There have been 5 instances in U.S. history where the popular vote winner lost the Electoral College, most recently in 2016 when Hillary Clinton finished with more total votes but lost to Donald Trump in the election that year. And we expect sunshine with highs and it's going to be chillier tonight, mostly clear skies, a low of 38. Wrap up as you head out to the football Friday night games tonight. I'm Joe Mathis. Children every day. Election day is Tuesday, and Governor and it's going to be chillier tonight. And it's going to be chillier tonight, mostly clear every day. Election day is Tuesday, and Governor Andy Beshear has voiced his opinion on doing away with the Electoral College. Yesterday, Beshear said that he believes the best way to determine who becomes president is by popular vote, though he did admit he didn't think the Electoral College would be dissolved anytime soon. Kentucky Republican Senate President Robert Stivers denounced Beshear's claim, saying that the Electoral College ensures smaller states like Kentucky have a voice in the election. There have been 5 instances in U.S. history where the popular vote winner lost the Electoral College, most recently in 2016 when Hillary Clinton finished with more total votes but lost to Donald Trump in the election that year. And it's going to be chillier tonight, mostly clear skies, a low of 38. Wrap up as you head out to the football Friday night games tonight. I'm Joe Mathis. It's trick-or-treat night for 3 area cities, Danville, Junction City, and Lancaster. Earlier this week, with a threat of rain, Danville, Junction City, and Lancaster decided to postpone their trick-or-treat events. They postponed those from Thursday until tonight, and now kids in those 3 cities will get to do their trick-or-treating tonight. In Junction City and Danville, it's tonight from 5 o'clock until 7. In Lancaster, it's tonight from 6 until 8. And today's the last day for early non-excuse voting in Kentucky. Polls will be open from 8 until 4 today in Boyle County at the showroom, and Lincoln County and Garrett County at the county clerk's office. Mercer County will have their early voting today at their county clerk's office as well, though theirs will go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. If you haven't voted yet and don't vote today, then you'll have one more chance to vote. That's Tuesday, November the 5th on Election Day itself, when polls are open from 6 until 6. I'm Joe Mathis. It's trick-or-treat night. It's trick-or-treat night for 3 area cities, Danville, Junction City, and Lancaster. Earlier this week, with a threat of rain, Danville, Junction City, and Lancaster decided to postpone their trick-or-treat events. They postponed those from Thursday until tonight, and now kids in those 3 cities will get to do their trick-or-treating tonight. In Junction City and Danville, it's tonight from 5 o'clock until 7. In Lancaster, it's tonight from 6 until 8. And today's the last day for early non-excuse voting in Kentucky. Polls will be open from 8 until 4 today in Boyle County at the showroom, and Lincoln County and Garrett County at the county clerk's office. Mercer County will have their early voting today at their county clerk's office as well, though theirs will go 30 minutes longer from 8 until 4:30. If you haven't voted yet and don't vote today, then you'll have one more chance to vote. That's Tuesday, November the 5th on Election Day itself, when polls are open from 6 until 6. I'm Joe Mathis. A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place tomorrow at the indoor theater at the Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those off from 9 until 1 that day, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's tomorrow. Donations from 9 until 1. The yard sale from 10 until 3 at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Good news coming from the Mercer County Board of Education and their building of the new Mercer County Elementary School. The Harrisburg Herald reports at their last Board of Education meeting, the board learned that they would be saving a little more than $37,000 for sinkhole remediation. The initial cost was thought to be somewhere around $150,000, but it ended up being right around $112,000. I'm Joe Mathis. A community garage sale. A community A community garage sale in Danville will raise money to benefit flood victims in North Carolina. The community garage sale will take place tomorrow at the indoor theater at the Pioneer Playhouse. If you have items to donate, you can drop those off from 9 until 1 that day, with the sale taking place beginning at 10 and going until 3. All proceeds raised will go to ProjectHope.org, a nonprofit helping those flood and hurricane victims. Again, that's tomorrow. Donations from 9 until 1. The yard sale from 10 until 3 at the Pioneer Playhouse in Danville. Good news coming from the Mercer County Board of Education and their building of the new Mercer County Elementary School. The Harrisburg Herald reports at their last Board of Education meeting, the board learned that they would be saving a little more than $37,000 for sinkhole remediation. The initial cost was thought to be somewhere around $150,000, but it ended up being right around $112,000. I'm Joe Mathis. And was a long visitation is Thursday from 3 until 8, with a memorial service is Saturday at 2 o'clock at Eagle Ridge Church on Duncan. Obituaries. James Murphy, age 62 of are the obituaries. James Murphy, age 62 of Lawrenceburg, died Friday. He was the husband of Mary Annetta Wilson Murphy. A memorial service is Saturday at 2 o'clock at Eagle Ridge Church on Duncan Road. Saffel House Funeral Home in Lawrenceburg is in charge of the arrangements. Arthur Faxon Fulton, age 88 of Harrodsburg.